Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to another Retro Wednesdays. This is the first Retro Wednesdays back with this setup, 4 different cameras, back with music in the background. So do let me know if there's any issues along the lines, because I'm hoping everything is going to be fine. I've double checked everything. Hey to everybody in the chat. Nice to see some familiar faces. So I hope you all enjoyed the video on LEGO Bionicles the other week. It's actually one that was a long time coming because it was quite hard to find some information on the series now, because obviously the websites and things are all gone, and they're all from CD-ROMs and things. It's not like they're from DVDs or they've been backed up in many places. So it's not that easy to find information in some places. But it's one that I've been wanting to do for a long time because it's a series that I loved as a kid. Because I think a few people said in the comments section, it was like, oh well, Bionicle wasn't the first toy line from LEGO to have sort of a storyline. It's kind of true. There were a couple before Bionicle, but the storyline was very much like a blurb at that point. Like on the back of a box, it'd be like, it's the year XXX, the evil Znudsians have attacked Clanestra, your job is to blah 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 blah, and then off you go. There's no real lore to it. Bionicle, like, they wrote like a whole mythology around it. It's the way I can kind of liken it is, it's a little bit like LEGO before Bionicle. Obviously I'm talking LEGO Technic, not so much LEGO itself, the construction brick. It's a little bit like if you created a line of toys where there are all these turtles with bandanas on, with weapons, and you gave them names, and then you said, okay, kids, go play. And they'd come up with the whole world and story themselves. Whereas Bionicle, it was very much different. It's like, no, here is the world, here is the story, here is almost the religion of it all. And now go expand on it from there. So it was a very different thing from, say, the Lego Castle or Lego City or Lego Pirate sets, where it was literally just, here's a pirate ship, here's a little set with some treasure, here's a little set with this, make up your own story. That's not what this was. This was a big, deep, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just nothing that we'd never seen before. And obviously it also created this ensemble. So you got like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or Power Rangers or even something like a boy or a girl band, where you can point at a character and go, I like this one because it's my favourite because it does this. And we'd never seen that in LEGO before, and it was huge. Unfortunately, it didn't last that long. It got stale quite quickly because they just came out with so many variations on the product, and it just got so confusing, and also they got a bit lazy with how some of the parts were reused, which I should be able to show you as an example in the stream at some point. But essentially, when they start to come up with a lot of the creatures that were from this world, they used parts from the Bionicles, including the masks, which are meant to be these sacred masks of power, and all of a sudden, every creature has got one, it just in a different colour, and it kind of ruined the whole thing. Kopaka was your favourite. I think Kopaka was possibly my favourite as well. But before we go into it, let me just kind of explain what this stream is about. So while I was actually writing the Bionicle video back in 2021, and obviously I filmed it late 2022, that's why in the video I have purple hair and now I don't, even though the video only came out last week. But while I was writing it, I wanted to try and get some of the old toys. So I don't know where to put my hands because there's another camera here that I'm not used to. I wanted to get some of the toys to use either on the video or in a stream, but they're actually quite expensive nowadays to be able to find like an actual set of them. Fortunately, because of COVID, everyone had been at home for so long with all of these things around them. Everyone was kind of having a spring clean out, as it were, in 2021. So a lot of people were just putting up Lego bundles, Bionicle bundles, Lego Technic bundles, all sorts of things on eBay and Facebook Marketplace and so on. and they were going pretty cheap, and a lot of the time they were selling them like by the kilogram. Like literally, here's a 5 kilo box of Lego Technic and Lego Bionicle for 20 quid or something. So what I did was I would go around and buy up a lot of these boxes, and they'd all come to the studio here, and I would obviously have to wash them all in antibacterial, antiviral stuff, and then I would start sorting them all out. And obviously some bits weren't Bionicle, some bits were just rubbish and they'd get thrown away. Some bits weren't Bionicle, but they were compatible with Bionicle, so I kept them. And then some bits were the original parts, but they'd been repurposed for later sets, so I kept them too. So what we ended up with is, I can't actually lift them up to like 6 big boxes of them, but they're all full of trays like these. So these are all full of parts of things that I've collected, and literally I'm looking at about 20 of them down here, so there's a lot to get through. But what these contain is things like these. Now, these are obviously, that's the original chassis, the body for the Toa that we're looking at the moment, which is Tahu. And you'd have things like these, which are the original arms and legs. And then you'd also have these, which were the arms and legs for the second generation, the Nuva. But because these parts were repurposed, we also have things like this, which is one of the original arms and legs, but in a completely different colour, which does not go on this Toa, but it is compatible, obviously. So as we go into it, we're going to try and make sets of the originals and possibly the second generation and possibly even more beyond that as well. But then we can start to play around a bit and start doing variations, because again, you know, these legs are not from any of the Toa, but they are the same mould. And then we've got things like these were the original feet for Tahu, but then we got the original same ones in orange as well. We've got some of the original masks. That's for Tahu. That's for Tahu Nuva. But then we've got some of the variations as well. No, that's not one of them. Where is it? There we go. Because obviously, if you're not that familiar with Bionicle, as Mark I said you weren't, the idea behind these was that, if I just get this out of the way for a sec, I'm going to use digital instructions, but I've got some of the original instructions here. When you bought Bionicles, they initially came with they came in a tub like this, in a canister, with a lid like that, and the lid was so you could like collect the masks yourselves, because these were all the original masks. So with each Toa you got one of these masks, but as you can see, each mask came in all these different colours. So say, for example, this mask here, this for Tahu, this was the mask that he originally came with in red, but that specific mask was meant to be for a certain ability. So it's for protection from like overhead attacks and things. But you can also get this mask in red, which is also for Tahu. It's not for the Toa that this came with, it's for Tahu. And the idea is then that if he puts that mask on, he can breathe underwater. Or if he puts that mask on, he can see through solid objects and things. So the idea was, you were not only meant to collect all the Toa, but they all had their own variation on each of these masks as well. So as we go through this as well, we'll start to see some of the variations of masks. I will say, though, that the masks are the hardest to find. They are the things that actually have the value. So I don't have as many masks as I do have stuff to make actual figures. Nuva, aka the movie variants. Yeah, so Nuva, so obviously these were the original Bionicle. We've got things like Tahu, Pohatu. I don't think I have the rock that he kicks. Kopaka, Lewa, and then I don't have the actual physical instructions for them. But then these were the Nuva, so these were these were the movie versions, and also the sort of second generation, the ones in the second generation of comics as well, that came along with it. They're the same characters. It's still Tahu, but a different mask. He's now got body armor. He's got different weapons and so on. And it's the same with Gali and Kopaka, and they're the same. They're also the same ones. But then we also start to get creatures like this as the lore goes on, and creatures like this as the lore goes on. And hopefully I've got the parts to make some of these as well. I don't have all the original instructions, but as I say, I've got them all digitally. So as we go through those, we can start to see some of the variations of how Bionicle changed over time, and we can also start to play around with a little bit. And I might also have enough parts to make some of the Tahunga and the Taraga as well. So yes, there's the Tahunga and the Taraga, as I said in the video. In fact, I can show you whilst I'm talking. So I've got them. I can never remember which ones they go right. The Tahunga, these were the ones I think that had to change their name. So these are the little guys here. These are meant to be the villagers, but there are also the Taraga, which are the elders. So if I just can't see the back button because I've got the light in front of it. If we go down Onua, I think this is one of them. Yeah, so these are the Taraga. These are meant to be the protectors of the history of Bionicle and the protectors of the legend of the Toa. So for each Toa, you also have a Taraga. So these are these little guys here, and we should have enough to make some of these as well. These had their own specific masks that were different to the Toa masks. And this is where it starts to get a little bit more complicated. The original story was, obviously, you have the Tahunga, which are the little guys, which are the villagers. You have the Taraga, which are the elders, which keep the legend of the Toas. And then the Toas are sort of lost creatures until their canisters wash ashore and start to rebuild themselves, and so on it goes. But obviously the lore gets more and more complicated the more creatures start getting added, and the more villains get started added as well. So the dark force, the fallen angel, the devil type creature, Makuta, starts creating these characters, but that's where it gets messy because the characters also use the masks, but the masks aren't the same thing. It gets confusing, but I'll be able to show you an example as we go along. So for now, I need to move this light a little bit or something because I can't see where the back button is. We're going to go through and we're going to start making some of the original Toa and see if we can start making an original set. So we're going to start with Tahu, which means obviously we need this box here, but I also need one with all the little bits as well, which is for fans of people with OCD. You might appreciate things like this. We got boxes full of all these parts as well. So I'm actually going to run out of desk space as we're trying to make these. So I'm going to keep this one off to the side. And then, as far as I remember, I need a chassis, or the body. I'm going to need, let me think, 3 of these. So 2 of the legs, and then 1 is 1 arm. He has a flame sword, so we're going to need 1 of those. Don't need any of these. These are for the Nuva. I'm going to need 1 of these. So these are the original heads. This is actually a separate part, the bit that does the eyes. But once these are clicked in, they don't really come out. Not easily anyway. So as we go along, you will also see heads like this. Now these are actually used as feet for the... I forget which way around it is now. The Taraga. And annoyingly... with some of these, the eyes have already been clipped in, so they're not going to be able to be used as feet because I'm not going to be able to get them out. But so we just want the grey head at the moment, and obviously I've gone through and checked that it's the right colour eyes for all of these. And then we're going to need 1 of these, the original masks, which I forget the name of the mask for this one. I did say it in the video, but I can't remember. And then we're going to just need 1 of these. So this is the arm that's going to hold the sword, but like as we go on, as I say, I've also got things like these I think are from Hero Factory. I believe this is off an Iron Man set originally, but these are compatible, so in theory you could start using arms, say this way round, and then all of a sudden you've got an actual hand to hold a sword, or you can use it with one of these hands as well. So as we go along, we can start messing around with some of the variations as well. And as I say, I've got these in sort of multiple different colours from multiple different sets. I don't even know what sets they're from necessarily, but they're the same parts. And then we need, is it orange feet or red feet? We're going to need, we need 2 of these red feet. Right, okay, so for now, I can put that box down. Those are the main parts that we're going to need, but then obviously as we go through, I'm going to need to pick out little bits from the side. Kanoe How, that's the one. That is this one. Now obviously, I also have this one in silver actually, which I don't know where I got that from. It might have been from a like a fan club or something, but they did also run competitions where I think we looked at it on Watch Party. You could get a solid 14 karat gold version of this mask as a competition prize, and they are still out there somewhere, but obviously they're ridiculously expensive. But that would be like a sort of bucket list item. Right, so if my setup works properly, obviously it's nice to be able to lay them out here, but as I'm building them, you might be able to see it better in this camera over here. And if my setup works properly, you should still be able to see all the instructions properly as well. Now, before I start, I should say I've got a very bad cold at the moment, so forgive me if I'm chugging the leftover orange soda from our Good Burger watch party. Which reminds me, I need to put up the winner of the latest watch party, which was Commando, although True Lies was very close behind. Right, so I need, from this box, to start off with, is it in this box? Or I have, oh god, I don't think it's from this box. I have multiple different boxes on it, bear with me. There we go. You'll see as we go along just how many boxes there are of this. So I need one of those. And then I'm going to need... It's going to be a bit tricky because I don't know... I won't necessarily be able to check the sizes of these. Oh, sorry, my microphone's in the way. I will need one of those. Two of those, actually. And obviously I have these in different colours. Originally I think they were all black. But they're the same piece, so we could use them as anything. No, an NFT of the gold one would not be acceptable. So, okay, so I'm going to put this one up here. As I say, I'm going to struggle with desk space as we go along with this. So the first bit that we need to do is this going to be the bit that holds the head on. And then there's going to be one at the front. Where did that piece just go? There it goes. And then this obviously has movable arms on this one because he's got the flame sword, so we are going to need small cogs. Is it one of those? Or just one of those for now. And then I don't know the length of it. Oh, actually, I can tell because if I've got, with this one, I actually have the original instructions. Dare I ask how long? Basically an entire summer. I can actually... This is quite a handy little thing on the instructions. Aha, there we go. So that is the right piece because it's the right length. That's why it helps to have the original instructions somehow, not just the digital instructions. So that is going through there. So that's presumably to hold his legs on. And then we've got a gear in the back there. And then I think it said it was a 6, so it's the same as the piece we just used. So that's that one there. That's going to go through there. And I need one of these pieces. Okay, so then I need a big cog. One of those. I need the instructions to check the length of this one. So it's a number 3 piece, which I think is that one. Yep, that's the right size. Also, the number next to the axle on the instructions mean its length in studs. Oh, okay, that's interesting. Where was it? Okay, yeah, so we need a small cog. So this will be the arm that goes up and down with the flame sword, if I can get that in. So that will move this arm. I guess this right arm is the one that has the sword on it. And then... Is it in this box or the other box? What is that piece? Is it one of these? No. It's one of these, isn't it? That's the one. That's what I need. So that goes in like that. And then we got another number 3 piece, which I believe is that one. So that arm doesn't move. So that one sort of stays in place. Like, yeah, so as I say, the eyes are already clicked into place on this one. And they'll probably be clicked into place on tomorrow. And once they're in there, they are not coming out easily. I tried to separate them, but I ended up with a couple of broken pieces. So we're not going to be doing that. Is that a number 3 piece that I've missed that needs to go in there? Yes, it is a number 3 piece. Okay, so that needs to go into the neck there. Oh, that's too long. Or is it? No, that's not too long. That looks really long sticking out of there. But maybe when the head is on. Oh yeah, maybe not. Is this your first time with the toys? It is since about the year 2000. I haven't played with these. Oh no, 2001. I probably haven't played with these since they were new. So we've got the ball joint there. That goes in there. So that's the arm that moves up and down. And then this one is using the same piece as the legs. So which way around does that go? So it's wider end at the bottom. And then we're going to make the legs. So the legs also use these ball joints here. Wider bit at the bottom. Well, maybe it's time to get them out of the garage. I think this piece looks a bit too long for his legs. I did measure it against the thing, but that's not right, is it? That's too long. I did measure it against the instructions, but they're sticking out at the sides. This is where my sweaty hands under these lights isn't going to help. Maybe is the one that is slightly. Maybe it's that one. That doesn't look like the right one that was held up against the instructions, but perhaps. That's the disadvantage of having so many different parts from so many different sets. They all sort of look slightly similar. Oh, I've missed the ball off his chest. That is one of these pieces here. And obviously on the Nuva ones they replace it with like a chest plate with some armour, which I have a whole box of over here. These are what replace those sort of balls on the chest to make them a bit bulkier, and they also have like shoulder pads as well. But we'll get to that in time. So the feet need to go on. Probably should have put the feet on before I put the legs on. There we go. Okay, so the arm that moves, as I say, has got the flame sword. That's all working nicely. You see, this is why I have to have this camera, because the overhead camera doesn't show it very well. There we go. And then I never really figured out what his hand is meant to be. So we need... Hang on, I need to get another tray. If I can find which tray it is. I wish I could swing the camera around and you'd be able to see just how many trays of stuff there is. It's kind of ridiculous. Bear with me, callers. I can't find the hands. In fact, this can be an opportunity to, because I'm going to have to go through them all now to try and find the hands. I can show you exactly what we've got. So these are all the bits that are things like, you know, that's the connectors that go to the heads. But then there are also sort of angled ones. There are bits in different colours. There are bits that will be used later on for like Pohatu and things, which have like an extender on them because his chassis upside down. We have these double ones that come from, I believe, the Taragas. There are these ones that form the bodies, I think, for the Taragas. Ah, here we go. Here's some of the hands, but that is a blue one. That's the piece that we're looking for, but that's that in red. We have all these little bits, which I believe are from later Bionicle sets, but again, they're compatible. And then we have, so we got these sort of ball joints connectors, but we got all of these in different colours as well, because they start to release them. So those can be used for Pohatu. So the hand is not in that one. I've tried to separate the things out in all different colours. So this was the original tray that we used. So like I say, we can actually start putting things like that on, which is technically a hand, but it's not an original hand. So we're not going to use that one yet. So it's not in those, but I have a tray for all of these. So that one was Tahu. This one, oops, sorry. This one was Onua. Same thing all over, same thing again. Chassis, legs, feet, arms, masks, hands, heads. We have Kopaka, we have Lewa, Pohatu, Tahunga and Taraga stuff. That is for, I'm getting a bit worried now because I can't find the hands at all. That's not a good start. Maybe. It's in the box with all the bits for the later characters. As some of you might start to recognise some of them when you see heads like that. Because we've got a box full of those parts. And then we have a box full of those parts. And I still can't find the... the hands. That's really annoying. So, okay, in that case, Tahu is going to be unfinished until we start getting through the boxes, because we'll find them eventually. I definitely have some. In the meantime, though, he's not going to have a hand. So I'm going to put your mask on, Tahu. And you're going to have to be handless. Oh, sorry, microphone. You're going to have to be handless for a little bit. We'll put you over here. And when I find your hand, we'll come back to you. Right. So, where are we going next? We can do... well, someone said Kopaka was their favourite. Well, we can go Kopaka next. Not Kopaka Nuva. We want the original. Wherever it is. I do have the actual instructions somewhere. A new Kopaka, there we go. Kopaka, the Toa of Ice. And I do also have a copy of the original instructions as well. Okay, so for Kopaka, we are going to need the Kopaka box. Which is this one. So again, we've got the body, the chassis. We have what is his arms originally. So we have another one of the sword wielding arms, which is one of these pieces here, which we also have. I think we also have in white. Yes, we do. So again, we also have that in white, and again we have these hands, which I think are actually, I think they're Hero Factory. Obviously, that one's not off. This one's not off the Iron Man figure, so I don't know what that's off. That again, this is just in a box of pieces, so we're literally just picking bits out, going, oh yeah, that'll work. Okay, so we're going to need again. So okay, so this is an example of that head. Really should be for the Taraga that goes with Kopaka, but the eyes have been clicked in now, so I can't get them out. So the grey head is what we actually want for the Toa. And then we got these. I don't have many of these legs, actually. I got enough for this set, obviously. But then he has an unusual arm. He has one of these ones, which is a bit different to the one that is used for the legs. We need a mask. Now, we've just done Tahu. That's an example. So this is in the Kopaka box, but this is not. So this is not a Tahu mask, even though this is the, what was it called, the How mask. This is actually a Kopaka mask. This would be the mask of shielding, but for Kopaka, even though traditionally it would be the mask that Tahu wears, but because it's the white version. And similarly, much like this one, which is Kopaka's normal mask, there is a red version of this for Tahu, which I don't have, but that gives you a good example. I also have these, which I don't know what these are off, these sort of grey ones. Again, they were just thrown in with a box. But then as we go through, you see the masks start to evolve. This is the Nuva one. So we've got examples of some of the original masks and some of the Nuva masks. But for now, this is the one that we need. And so for weapons, obviously Kopaka Nuva has like skates and things, but we're not doing Nuva. We are doing the original. So I only have one of these, but that is his shield, which is actually interesting because it's got sort of Lego brick connector pieces on it. And then we need his ice sword, which I think I also only have one of, but that doesn't matter because we've got plenty of other things that we can give him. Because also I've got this. I don't know what this is off, but I've got two of them. I think it's Bionicle. Completely not the right thing, but it's compatible either way. Then we're going to need some feet. And I think that is it for now. We also need all the little pieces as well, obviously. Right then, let's make Kopaka. There's our little set. Obviously, we will still need all the little pieces as well. You didn't grow up with this generation of Bohrok. Which generation did you grow up with? With the Nuva, or was it later? Ah, okay, so Kopaka's slightly different because we need a grey version of this piece. Which should be fine. I think we've got that. Yes, we do. But we still need the same black little pieces of these, even though we do have white ones. So start off with the same as Tahu, one in the front. Oh, wait, like 2007-ish. Oh, I have no idea what was being released at that point. Metro, I have no idea. I was way out of it by then. So we need a ball thing at the chest. Grew up with the Nuva version. The Nuva version, were those the ones that was on the video games as well? Because I played the original Game Boy Advance game, but that was using the Tahunga, I think. Because there was also an abandoned game using the original 6 Toa, and I think it was for the PC, and it got advertised. And in fact, it might even be advertised in some of these instructions. Bear with me, it might be in here somewhere. No, it's not, but it does have. These were the when you start collecting all of the Toas, 3 of them could start being put together a bit like a Megazord to create Toa Kaito, which were these sort of combined Transformer type versions of the Bionicles. But yeah, no, there was an abandoned PC game which you can actually play. Someone backed it up to an online server somewhere. I might try and find it and do a stream on it, or put a link to it somewhere. But it's the game I wanted to play because it's the original Toa, which I loved. But for some reason, I don't know why it never actually got a release. It might have been something to do with the fact that the names had to be changed because of the Tahunga and the Taraga being sort of borrowed from Maori language. So far, this is pretty much the same as... Oh, wait, no, that's piece isn't long enough. It's annoying. This is the one where they get these confused. So I think you need a slightly longer one for the top than you do for the legs. Watch me put the one that's too long in now. Big cog at the back, just like with Tahu. I guess because Kopaka is also a sword wielder, so these parts are pretty much the same as with Tahu. So again, small cog on the right arm. And then a number 3 piece in there. Ah, okay, so we need that piece again, but it's in grey this time. Should we bring the box over? It's this one. And is that a number 3 piece in there? Yes, it is. So again, all pretty much the same so far. Hey, how you doing? LEGO Bionicle, The Legend of Matanuga. I think that was the one, yeah. But it is playable, because I did try and get a bit of footage for it for the video. I don't think I actually ended up using it, but it has been backed up. You can. It's not completed, but you can play it in its current form on PC. This was the shorter version. It's the number 5, not the number 6. Goes in for the legs. And then we've already got the head ready with the blue eyes this time. And then, so the ball joints for the arms. This is the sword wielding arm. Which that mechanism now moves. Now this is the way it's slightly different, because we're using one of these arms as opposed to one of these pieces, which is also for the legs. These get used for some of the other characters as well in different colours. Like Pohatu, I think, uses 2 of these for his arms. So this is where we create the arm that holds the shield. So I think before I put it actually on the character, I'm gonna... Oh wait, no. Is that the right way? No. Other way. So I'm going to actually create... Oh, it's telling me to do it much later. Okay, I'm going to put that aside because I want to be able to like put the shield on his arm before I put it on the actual character. So the legs, wide part at the end, into the foot, ball joint, and then click it on. It's one down. And another one, a wide part at the bottom, ball joint. My fingers are going to be dead by the end of the stream. We've only done 2 so far. Okay, right, here we go. So this, first of all, okay, the sword clicks in here. So just like with Tahu. So we've got the ice sword, and we got the fire sword. Hey, no worries, Shane. We haven't been going for too long yet. I was a little bit late putting up the reminder thing. Right, so we need one of the ball joints, but we need it in white. I should have one of those. Oh yes, I do. I rather conveniently put it in the Kopaka box where it should be. That was clever of me. So we need one of these, and that goes on the ball joint there. Bits of husky fur all over my hands. Okay, now we need Let's see if I can find that piece somewhere. It is a small grey piece, which is the hexagonal one. There it is. Hexagonal on one side, not hexagonal, sorry, it's just a normal cross, isn't it? Can't see if I can show that really properly. It's too small to appear on the camera. And then it's circular on the other end. Okay, so that, okay, so this bit goes in there, and then the shield goes on there. So is that his? That's his shield done. Ooh. Some of these parts are a little bit loose from over the ears. I don't know if I can't really make that any tighter. So that goes on his arm. He should now be freestanding. For camera 3. And finally, the great mask of X-ray vision. And there we go. There's Kopaka done. Moving arm and all. 2 down, 4 to go. Where shall we go next? Viewer's choice. Pick a toe or pick a colour, whichever you taste. Gali. Will do. I think Gali is actually my favourite. Gali, the only female Toa. And again, as we go through these, I think actually Gali is the easiest to find parts for. Not necessarily just Gali, but just blue parts seem to be the easiest to find for some reason. So obviously we'll need a chassis. Oh, actually that's already got a piece. That's already been assembled with a piece on there. We're not going to start with that. We're going to start with one of those. We're going to need 2 feet. There we go. But this is where you'll see it when in these boxes. There's all sorts of bits. So with Gali, let me just get the instructions up. Gali. So this time with Gali, obviously we'll need 2 of these, unlike with one with the sword hands, because Gali uses these claws to help with climbing. We need 2 of these, but I've also got these dark blue versions of the arms. No idea what these are off, and also these blue hands. Don't know what these are off. And then also these are her legs, but then we've got these legs. No idea what these are off. And then we've got the heads that will be from the Taraga that goes with it, but as I say, with someone who's had these sets before, they've already started clicking eyes into them, even though they're not meant to have them. So we need a head with yellow eyes. That's the one. We don't need these yet. Those are the Nuva legs. I think that's it for now. We will need at least one of those, the blue ball joints. And where's Gali's? Oh, I'll say, where's Gali's masks? There's loads of them. So as I say, this is the original Gali mask. As I say, it comes in blue traditionally, but you can get it in all of the colours for all of the Toa. And then obviously as time goes on, there are different Gali masks. There's the Nuva mask. And then these, I don't think are actually Gali masks. They're blue, but I believe these are actually off some of the other creatures. They're either off the Tahunga, the Taraga, or also some villains, because there's some orange ones of these and some purple ones that are definitely off the villains. But then we see we've got what would normally be Pohatu's mask in blue, but it's not a Pohatu mask. It is a Gali mask, but it is the mask that Pohatu would normally wear. This is where my brain didn't quite understand it when I was a kid, but because it is a bit confusing. But anyway, I think we can put that box aside for now. And those are our standard bits. And then, so we can start building. Obviously, Gali is a bit different because both her arms will be moving. But it starts in the same way. I mean, I don't see why we can't do the Toa Kaita. I mean, it's three Toa. You can do two of them. So this one is Kopaka, Lewa, and Gali to create that Toa Kaita. I can't remember the name of that Toa Kaita, but so it's got Kopaka's shield with Lewa and Gali's legs. No, Lewa and Kopaka's legs. Gali's legs are up here. Gali's arms are here. It's got her claws, but it's made up of Kopaka. Kopaka's chassis is like the hips, and then Gali's and Lewa's is the chest, and it's got Lewa's mask. But then there is also this one, which is Onua, Pohatu, and Tahu. Which that's a weird one with the sort of the two heads as the arm. But then it's got Tahu's flame sword. So yeah, I don't see why we couldn't do one of these. I don't know quite how I'll fit it on the camera because we're a bit zoomed in because some of these parts are a bit small, but we can certainly give it a go. Right, so initially it starts off in the same way. That is to hold the head and also the main cog at the back. And then we need another number 3 piece on the front, but Gali doesn't have a ball joint thing at the front. Sorry, my nose is running. I'm still horrible cold. Oh, that was a horrible sniff. Sorry. Sorry if that just was a bit gross in your ears then. We need a small cog at the back. And then we need a number 6 piece. With stop on it. Oh. Okay, and then we need a big cog on the back with a stop on it. But then, rather than just one small cog on the right arm that we would have with Kopaka and Tahu, we need 2. One that side, one that side. So both arms are going to move, but I can't do that yet until they're in. Have I been using the wrong piece? No, I haven't. I need to be using this one, I think. Not in grey. I need it in black. Well, I need it in black to begin with. We can start playing around later. Come on. 2 of those. One in there and one in there. So now that is moving sort of in opposite ways. So I guess it's a little bit like a differential, but not quite. And then we need another number 3 piece there for the head. So she has this on the front of, I don't quite know what that's meant to be, but rather than the ball joint, she has sort of like this. I guess it's meant to look a little bit maybe like an oxygen tank or something, although none of the others have one, and technically speaking it's the mask that's meant to be able to make her breathe underwater. And then we need a piece for her legs. Eyes are already in the head. Hey, Tom. And then we start on the arms, but they're both the same this time. So, black ball joint. I think Gali might... oh, actually, no. Pohatu was the first one I got. I think Gali might be in second, but I think Gali is my favourite one. So her arms go on this way. And as you can see now, she has arms that go like that. So, because obviously she's meant to be able to climb really well. So we start with the legs. Oh, her legs are upside down. So her legs, the top parts at the wide parts at the top. With Kopaka and Tahu, they had the wide part at the bottom. The wide part here. Gali, it's saying to have the wide part at the wide part at the top. So they've given the female character big thighs. Read into that whatever you want. Black ball joint. Not that they're actually thighs, because these are robots. Yeah, I don't remember her doing any of the the Xenia moves. Oh yeah, so these are slightly different. Okay, so she goes, the leg goes on like that, but then she has an extra little bit. She has these things. It's not quite easy to see black on black there. These go in here. Maybe they're meant to be like fin type things. Well, that's what I was thinking, but then why would she, her muscles wouldn't be developed because she doesn't have muscles. At the end of the day, she's a robot. I know she's living, but still. But then Pohatu is completely upside down. We'll get to that one in a minute. And I guess because he's meant to have strong legs. Stand up, Gali. Okay, put on her climbing hooks. And her mask. And there she is. Techno-organic, is that... Oh, it's beast machines. They have muscles, do they? Okay. Well, Gali has thick thighs. That is now canon. So, as we've been mentioning him, I think we're going to go Pohatu next. So Pohatu, as I say, is the first one I ever got. And this is quite an interesting one because he's completely upside down. The chassis that for this isn't this way round, it's that way round because he's meant to have really strong legs. The only thing is, one thing that I was never able to find, predictably, is this. He came with like this big boulder that he was able to kick like a football. Obviously, with kids growing up, that was the thing that always got lost. So when I was buying these bundles, none of the bundles included this, unfortunately. So we're not going to be able to have him, but we can still make Pohatu as it is. So we're going to need a chassis. We're not going to need these. I don't know what these are off. But again, we might be able to have some fun with those later. The grey bits are from the Toa Nuva. Again, I don't know what that's off, but that might be of use for us later at some point. We are going to need 2 of these for his legs. Same legs as everybody else. 2 feet. Although Pohatu's feet are slightly different because they have these inserts which sort of make his feet reinforced. So we're going to need 2 of those. We're going to need 2 of these, which are the hands that I need to try and find for Tahu. But his are in red, these are in black. Excuse me, I'm a bit still phlegmy. And again, I managed to pick some of these out from a set. I don't know what set these are from. These could be an Iron Man set. These could be a Captain America set. I have no idea. But he has 2 of these. These are the other shaped arms. So we're going to have those. Pohatu is stone, yeah. Onua is land, which is a bit confusing. Because you've got land, but he's like a tunneler through rock, and then you have the Toa of Rock as well. It's a bit confusing. Oh, that's annoying. I've only got one brown foot, so we might not be able to make the Tahunga of him, but we can always try it with a different coloured feet. And then we need one of his masks. Now, this is where I'm a bit confused with the masks, because I'm pretty sure this is the mask that I need. This is Pohatu's traditional mask. However, a lot of the sets came with these. Now, these are still brown. I don't know what this is from, this mask. I'm not going to use it at the moment because I do have one of these, but technically speaking, I guess this could just be a normal Pohatu mask. And then obviously we've got the Toa Nuva mask, but as I say, we also have this. Now this would be normally traditionally Onua's mask, but because it's brown, it's not. It's one of Pohatu's masks. So it'd give Pohatu the powers of what Onua normally has, if that makes sense. But that's the traditional one, so that's what we're going to go with first. Yeah, I never quite understood the difference between stone and land, but anyway. Right, so these are our main constituent Pohatu parts. Yeah, he can kick. Pohatu can kick, whereas Onua is a little like Gali. Both arms move, and he's got the big claws. Oh, I've still got the Gali instructions up. Hang on. I've positioned the light in just the wrong place, so I can't see the back button. There we go. There's Pohatu. So we start more or less in the same way. However, we're going to have to turn him upside down after the first couple of stages. So start off the normal way, except... Oh wait, no, it's not the same way. I'm completely wrong. Do you mean when he used the Onua mask, he can... Yeah, he can... When he uses... No, hang on. Let me figure out... It doesn't actually say in the instructions, but I can tell you what all the masks do. Bionicle, Kanoe, masks. It might be useful to have anyway, because I'll be able to tell you what some of the Tahunga and Taraga masks do as well. Yep, I'm on the Biosector wiki. Okay, so this mask is the Great Mask of Speed. It's the Kakama. And now this one is what Pohatu would normally wear, but as I say, this will come in multiple different colours. So the power that this gives provides a consistent boost of the user's natural speed, allowing them to move and run at incredible speeds on all surfaces, far faster than the eye can follow. Because the idea is that Pohatu, being sort of big and heavy, is meant to be slow moving. So normally he'd wear this mask. But say, for example, if Kopaka was wearing the white version of this mask, it would mean that Kopaka could move really quickly. And so it's almost like calling on the multiple different powers. But say, for example, if Pohatu was wearing the brown version of Onua's mask, this is called the Kanoe Pakari, and it's the Great Mask of Strength. So it provides a consistent boost of the user's physical strength. It also replenishes strength quicker. So say, for example, if Pohatu, for whatever reason, needed extra strength, or he'd been in a fight and he needed to recover his strength, the Mask of Pakari would help him do that. Or if he needed to run away from a fight, then was it the Kakama mask? I forget the names of it, but that's the basic idea of them. Hey, how you doing? Okay, so back to the build. I got this a bit wrong because that's not the normal. That's not the part that we know. That's the part that we would normally use for where the head goes on, but this one's slightly different. I need where is it? One of these with the hole in it. That's the one. So we start building it the normal way. As I say, this is the first one I ever had. So I've got so this one's got a little special place in my heart, even though it's probably not my favourite. And again, starting the same way, we need a small cog. Let me get these instructions out of the way. Small cog at the back, and then we need a long piece, number 6 piece, with a stop. It's nice to hear people having different favourites, because I always assumed that Tahu was everybody's favourite, because he's meant to be like the favourite, which is fine. They're all cool, but it's nice to see people having different opinions of what their favourites are. But that was kind of the point. This was an ensemble cast. Yeah, he is the idea. He was meant to be a jerk. It's meant to be an ensemble cast. It's meant to be like Lego's version of Power Rangers or Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or whatever the case may be. It's meant to be that you can point at each particular one and go, that's my favourite because X, Y, Z. Oh, I need a different part for this. I need... Where is it? In fact, I think I'm going to need one of those, but we'll come back to that later. There's one in grey. Do I have one in black? I'm not seeing one in black. I guess grey will have to do then. That's alright. That's why we've got loads of different spares. Oh wait, no. Is that it? That's it. Just in a different tray. Onua's claws. You're in for a treat when we get to Onua then, because I've got loads of different spare Onua parts, because Onua was the one that the molds were used a lot for villain parts, which is in some ways obviously is not what is. I don't like that because am I using the right piece here? That looks too long. I don't like that because obviously it used a lot of the masks as just standard parts. No, that's the wrong. Again, always useful to have the original instructions, because I can see that is the wrong part. It's too long. So I need to get rid of those, and I need to find... Oh, I really don't want to drop this tray, because that would just be a nightmare to try and pick everything up. This is the one tray that I really don't want to drop. There we go. That's the right size. Yeah, that's right. They're all infected, and there was sort of... I think I've got... In one of these boxes somewhere, I might have it still. I had like a spider that used Onua's masks, but in orange, and it seems weird that they're meant to be these great masks of power, but there's this little spider that has 2 of them. It just didn't make sense to me. That's why I kind of got a little bit... not fed up with it, but I just didn't like it as much as it went on. It started to make less and less sense, which, as you know with me, I kind of like to overthink things, so it starts to get a bit annoying. So here is where things get a little bit more interesting, because whilst that looks like a normal chassis that we've done for all of these, now we turn it upside down and these become the hips, basically. So I need some parts that are specific to Pohatu, which are that is one of them, and then is it one of these? Yes, it's one of those. Well, yeah, there were specific infected masks, but they were also, I mean, I can get it up one second. I can show you what I mean, rather than me trying to explain. If I just put Bionicle Spider, I don't want the complicated one. I just want the simple one. Okay, this will do as an example. So if I just bring this up here, if you can see this spider here, it's using... Well, in fact, that answers my question, because that is that blue mask that I saw for Gali, but it's Onua's mask in blue. That just comes from a little spider, but this little spider essentially has a great mask of power, which makes not much sense, but that's the route they took, and yeah, I was never really a fan after that. Where were we? Okay, so I need a number 2 part for this, and create this little bit. This I believe is what holds Pohatu's head. So that's like that. And then what would normally be the groin now becomes the neck. So that goes in there. And then a number 5 piece. Which goes through. Come on. There we go. So now you can start to see, I think this is now the neck. This is no longer his perineum. That's just the back of his neck. Eyes are already in place, so that goes on there. And there you go. He's got this sort of stocky body, and his head actually does bob up and down now. He's almost a little bit like a bobblehead. So now he's got the shorter arms, so that's these ones. So we need 2 of the ball joints, the black ball joints, and they go on the vertical end. And they go click into here. So short stubby arms. Looks like he's dual wielding machine guns actually. This is a bit like Scarface. Did Scarface dual wield? No, he didn't, did he? I've got that completely wrong. Okay, so now he has these little bits on his shoulders. They go in there. And then the bits that are on Tahu and Kopaka's chests. These little balls here. God, anybody just slightly watching this or just hearing this in the background, I've mentioned groin, perineum and balls all in the same. Okay, there we go. So he's got the sort of 1980s shoulder pads going on. Although actually no, that's wrong, isn't it? He's meant his things point forward like that. Like there. So his arms are even stubbier. Right, so now we've got the normal... Sorry, there's husky hairs everywhere. We got the normal legs, but obviously they're going to be going on in a slightly different way. So at this point, like the other male Toa, wide a bit at the bottom. Ball joint on. Wide a bit at the bottom. Ball joint on. Yeah, there's not that much posing potential. We're going to do the feet first. Okay, so those fit in like that, and then we need a number 3 piece, which is one of these to lock it in place. And there we go. There's one of Pohatu's reinforced feet. Okay, and then there you go. And then legs just go on like so. So we have one static leg, and then one kicking leg, which would be for that boulder ball thing. There's actually a lot more weight with it, a lot more power to it, with that slight little bit of extra weight from that as well. But now we still need to do his hands. Oh wait, no, first we need little bits. He has little bits on his legs in here. Two of those. Some of these parts, because they're aged, are a little bit tighter than others. He should come with a boulder, yeah. That's the boulder you can see there on the instructions. But as I say, because I've got these pieces all in different bundles, obviously that was the piece that kids all lost. Like the ball was the thing that went. Right, so now we just need to do his hands. So they have, is it the number 3 pieces? Yes, that is. So he has, so we need 4 of these. I chose the wrong colour mat to have on the table, didn't I? All these black pieces against a black mat. So that is one hand. So that is the type of hand that we need to create for, in fact, here you go, so you see the contrast. That's the type of hand that we need to create for Tahu as well, but we need to find the red hand wherever it is. So these go on here. I don't think I have seen Mask of Light, no. As I say, I haven't, when I was making the video, it's kind of hard to figure out what not to include, because there's so much Bionicle lore. You could make the video hours long, so I kind of just try to focus on the originals. So the last bit is Pohatu's mask, and there we go. So he's got his hands that can move around and be different, or they can be sort of locked in place as well. It's probably better on this camera over here, isn't it? Stand him up. Oh, he's a bit unstable. There he is. And then with his kicking foot. And that is Pohatu. So we got Pohatu's done. Kopaka's done. Gali is done. And Tahu is not done because we haven't found his hand yet. But we're sort of 4 down, minus Tahu's hand. 2 to go. So I think next we're going to go Onua. Right. Now, actually, before I talk about Onua, I'm just going to get another box to show you some bits. Now, I've got a box of additional bits up here, which also includes things like this, which is, like I say, which is one of the pieces off a spider. So that is an Onua mask, but it's not actually for any of the Toa at all. It was just used as a random part, as like a body armor on a spider, which is kind of, it seems such a shame, because then there's also things like this one, which is, I think, is really cool in purple. But again, it's not really for anything. It's just another piece, which you start to diminish the whole point of these masks if you just start using them as. Although I do like Onua's mask probably the best because it looks a bit like Jason Voorhees' one, which, as you just said, Halloween mask. And then obviously in here, in this box, we've got some of the masks for the Tahunga and the Taraga as well, so we'll get to those at some point. But for now, we're going into Onua, and I don't think I have a physical instructions for Onua. Yeah, the purple mask was used for the... There you go, it was used for the one of the Tahunga, but it was also used as just a normal piece as well. Which that's the point. It's kind of like, if you're going to make a purple mask for the Tahunga, why would you then also make it as just a little piece? But we'll see if we can make some Tahunga. I don't know if I've got all the parts to make them, but we'll give it a go. Onua. There he is, with his claws. And as I say, in fact, I'm sure I've got different coloured claws as well for Onua somewhere. Bear with me one sec. I'm not sure what box it is, but I'm pretty sure I've got like orange and green claws for him. So we can maybe start later on making an Onua with like an orange mask and then orange claws. Wherever it is. As organised as these boxes are, the sheer amount of them means that it's quite hard to find things. Oh, here we go. It wasn't orange claws. I got green claws for Onua. And I've also got white claws as well. Also, I don't know what these are. I don't know what these are off. I don't know if they're from Bionicle or they're from Hero Factory also, but again, I've just got loads of little pieces. And then also got, you know, all the weapons from the Tahunga and Taraga and some grey Gali claws as well. Okay, so what do we need for Onua? We need... What mask would we have in real life? Probably Gali, I think. Actually, because I don't know what the... What do the villagers' masks do? It's not listed on this page. I can't remember what the apparently there's powerless Kanoe, noble Kanoe, and great. Oh, maybe that's the powerless. That's the ones that used for the. Oh, here we go. So the noble ones are for the Taraga. The Great Mask of Concealment. And then we've got another one, the Rao, which is the Great Mask of Translation. That's an interesting one. The Mahiki is the Great Mask of Illusion. Create optical illusions. The Kamau is the Great Mask of Control. Oh, mind control. Honestly, the Noble Mask sound more interesting. The Great Mask of Night Vision. And the Matatu is the Great Mask of Telekinesis. I think I'd have the Mask of Translation, the Rao Mask, the Mask of the Blue Taraga, the Keeper of Gali's legend. Right, so we need an Onua chassis. See it. This is where having a black background is going to be tough. So a black chassis. 2 black feet. We're going to need 2 black... Wait, does he have black arms or grey arms? He's got grey arms, I think. So why have I got black... What are these black arms from? Grey arms it is. Okay, at first, because we need to try and make the original. And then grey legs. We got those. And then... Aha, look, see, we've also got a black How mask. So it's kind of hard to see on the back. But say... That's the How mask that Tahu would wear. We have one here in black, but this is still an Onua mask. So this mask is for protection from like overhead attacks and things. So if Onua was wearing this mask, in fact, I'm going to put it on camera 3 if I don't drop it. If Onua was wearing that mask, he'd have protection from overhead attacks. It is not a Tahu mask. But in fact, look, here we go. I've even got a black version of Gali's mask, but again, it is not Gali's mask. Onua, wearing that, would be able to breathe underwater. So I've actually got quite a few different Onua masks. That's quite cool. But of course, that is his original sort of Jason Voorhees style mask. And then we're going to need a head with green eyes. There we go. And I think that's it. Oh no, we need 2 black claws. Right, so those are our basic parts. So the build for this is essentially going to be the same as Gali, more or less. I'm just going to check whether the focus is right on this camera. That's a bit better, isn't it? The build is going to be pretty much the same as Gali because it's got the 2 arms that go up and down, whereas obviously this time it's for the claws rather than... It's really hard to see. There you go. Against my very white skin. The claws rather than the hooks. But this time it's slightly different. Ah, yes, because Onua has a really compressed neck. So, rather than the normal piece that we would use at this point, which is this one, we need one of those. I'm sure you could put like a crafting system in place. Do I have a piece of paper that I can put underneath for this? That would have been smart, wouldn't it? I can just use one of the lids for... This will probably work. Lids off one of the boxes. Just to create a bit of contrast. That's a little bit better, isn't it? Just for this build. Okay, so we start off with his little compressed neck, and then the rest should be more or less the same. So we'll need 2 of the small cogs. One for the back, and then a number 6 piece that goes all the way through with a stop on it. Just test the focus again on this. In fact, I should probably zoom in a little bit. That's probably better, isn't it? There we go, that's better. Okay, and then we need to put the big cog on the back. Wait, I've done that wrong, haven't I? The stop goes on that side. And then stop, and then another stop on the back. It's the wrong way around. Goes that way. And the 2 cogs for his arms with a number 3 piece. And I should turn this around because the pieces that I use more often are on this side. There we go. So a number 3 piece in each of these. There we go, so that's the articulation on that. And then we need a number 5 piece through his hips. And then onto the arms. So we need 2 of the ball joints. So the arms, as I say, are pretty much the same as Gali's. Then we go into here. Ooh. There There we go. So the same movement as Gali, basically, but the idea is that he will have the claws on the end for digging. But not putting the claws on just yet, I don't think. Right, here we go. So this is where it gets a bit different with Onua, because he has this really stubby neck. I thought it was in here, but no, it's actually cut. The neck bit comes out of his chest. So we need the same piece that we used for Pohatu. I need to put one of these little bits in first. Okay, and then I need one of these. That's the one. Oh, no, it's not. I need it in grey. There it is. Although we do have it in green, so we might be able to make like a green goblin version of him. I don't have a green mask, which is annoying. So grey comes out of his chest, and then we've already got the eyes in, so that goes on there. So there you go. So he's sort of got this sort of stubby little neck, as opposed to Gali, who has... You can see the difference in sort of where the head comes out of. Well, they are meant to be a bit like... They're LEGO products, after all. They're meant to be a bit like Transformers and things, so... Add different powers and so on. Add different abilities, different colours, different variations. Oh! Onua also has thick thighs. I guess because he's stubby. So his goes the other way. Ball joint on the top. That's true, Green Goblin does have a purple hood, so I could use the purple mask. Okay, and then one more leg. So we got the claws. And finally, the Mask of Strength. And there he is. There is Onua, complete with... Oh, a bit slippy on that. Digging claws. Five down, one to go. So the last one on our list, and probably don't need this now, is Lewa. Here is my Lewa box. So, let's get the instructions up first. Lewa. There we go. So, for Lewa, we are going to need... I'm probably zoomed in a bit too much now on this camera. We're going to need a Lewa chassis. We are going to need 2 Lewa feet. We are going to need, not these are the Nuva legs. We're going to need 2 of these. But I also have one in a completely different colour. It's annoying that I don't have 2 of those. We're going to need 1 of the arms, which is like the sword holder. Again, I have them in dark green from something. Don't know what it's from. And I also have these hands as well, which are from something else. That might be a Hulk thing. I don't really know. And then I also have the shorter arm in that colour as well, which is, again, from something. but I need one of these, the stubby arms. That's what I need in lime green. I need an original Lewa mask. Then we're going to need Lewa's axe. And we're going to need a grey head with light yellow eyes. But there is, again, a slight difference in that Lewa has a hand made out of the same part as Pohatu and Tahu in green. And it's whether or not I have one. Well, that is the question. I mean, we can always make it out of a black one, but if I've got a green one, I will find it. I've got them in blue, and I've got them in purple, but I don't think I've got them in green. So we're not going to have to use black for now. I mean, I definitely have them somewhere because I've made some at home as well, but where were the black hands? Where did they go? Where did I put them? Were they in the Pohatu box? They were in the Pohatu box, weren't they? I mean, I'm fairly sure I've got the P set somewhere, but for now, we can use a black hand for Lewa. But then Lewa has these other bits that you can see. It almost looks like sort of machine guns or something on his hand. So I need to find. It's not in that box. It is. Is it this box? No, it's not that box. Way too many boxes of stuff here. No, it is this box. They're these sort of black bits, but they've got a design on them. But if I can't find those will do the trick, I would have thought. Oh wait, hang on. It's like those. Those have got like, see, they've got like ridges on them. So maybe Lewa, in this instance, is getting a red gun on his hand. Black hand and a red gun. Yep, I think that's what's happening. Cool, okay. You've been upgraded, Lewa. You have a red gun, whatever that's meant to mean. Oh, actually, I've got Lewa's instructions here in physical form as well. Okay. So again, it starts off relatively similar. We need a neck part, which is one of those. And then the number 2 piece. See, that's where it's useful having a box of spares. If you run out of the right piece, you can find one just in a different colour. So that goes in there. Why is that not fitting properly? No, maybe it is. And then Lewa also has one of those ball joint things on his chest. A single cog. Combined Lewa and Pohatu. we need a 5 piece for the hips. That's too short. That's too long. I think that's the right one. That might be too... This one might be too long. Yes, that's too long. There's a 5 piece. Oh. There we go. And then we've got a number 6 piece going through there. Just like with the others, with a stop on it. Well, it's a shame about... I mean, there won't be a Bionicle animated series because it's kind of dead now. LEGO have moved on to other things. Which is kind of why I wanted to revive it a little bit with these videos and streams. Cog on the right hand, just like Kopaka and Tahu. With a number 3 in the shoulder. Another number 3 in the neck. But slightly different on the... Yes, it is the left, technically. The left shoulder here, we have a completely different piece, which is one of these. Again, it's like what we used on Kopaka. It's got the sort of the cross section on one side and then a circle on the other. So that goes in the circle there. So that's now just sort of freewielding, as it were. Eyes are already in. Head on. So now we need the axe arm. So we need a black ball joint. Giant DeLorean. Oh, I'm too scared to look at modern LEGO sets. There's definitely no money for them. This is why I enjoyed doing this, is because it was kind of a bit like a treasure hunt. I could order huge like lots by the kilogram of Lego Technic, and then just pick out, oh yeah, that bit's for this, that bit's for that. Don't know what that bit is, but it will work at some point. So I'm glad I kept these. And then, you know, just finding all the compatible pieces, because then we can do something like this where we're going through right now and following the instructions, but when we're finished, we can throw the instructions away and just have fun with Lego as it's meant to be and start combining things. Hulkbuster. I think that's what some of these parts are off, the Hulkbuster. Oh, Lego's always been expensive. So we've got black ball joint, and then stubby part of the arm goes out. So that is just sort of loose and freewielding like that. There's no... it moves, but there's nothing to... There's nothing sort of to keep it in place or anything. It's quite sort of dangly on its own. And then the legs go on. Like most of the other guys, we've got the wider part at the bottom. He's got flares. So that goes in there. That goes in there. So now we give the axe into the arm that is able to use the cog action for chopping the way through the jungle. And this is where we have to get a little bit creative with the hand. So that, we haven't got a green hand on hand, but we do have a black one. We do have the little number 2 pieces. In fact, I also have them in red, so if we make it a red gun, we might be able to use some of those instead. And then we need 2 of those other pieces that were like on his arm. This one and this one. Do I have them in red? No, I don't. Okay, grey will do. Right, so let's get a little bit creative with the hand. It goes in there. And that. So I don't know if these are meant to be guns or a hand or whatever kind, but there we go. Instead of in green and black, it's now in black and red. You've got an upgrade. And then finally, the great mask of levitation. And there we go. There is Lewa, slightly improvised. But that means now we can go back and fix Tahu. Tahu is missing his hand. But, oh, in fact, I don't need to use these. Ah, actually, that's a point. Instead of using a red hand with black fingers, I have that 2-piece in red. So I can just swap the colours. So instead of a red hand with black fingers, he now has a black hand with red fingers. I think it was actually meant to be another 3-piece, but oh well. There we go. Tahu now has a hand. So that is all 6 of the original Toa done. But now we can start playing around with a bit. But before we do that, I'm going to see what else I have in terms of the originals. Before we go into like the Toa Nuva and any of the others, I have some of the Tahunga and the Taraga. So let's go through and see if I can find some of the pieces. So first of all, I'm just going to get some of the instructions up for the Tahunga and the Taraga. Okay, so that gives you an idea of what they look like. So obviously this, the trident, is from Nakama. We have the flame staff of whatever the character's name is. I've forgotten the name of the character. That is one of them. The grey trident, is that off one of them? Is that off Kopaka's Taraga? In fact, let me see if I can. Bionicle Taraga. It's Taraga, isn't it? Not Taraga. There they all are. Oh, what are these guys? The slightly upgraded versions. I don't remember those guys. Those are the ones we're trying to build. No, so that I don't know what this grey trident is from. No idea what that's from. The blue trident is what we want, but we want the ice pick. That's what we want. And then I don't think any of these parts are relevant, but see what masks we've got. We definitely have this one. We have this one. We have this one, although that's meant to be in grey, but we've got it in black. I have no idea what this is from. That's meant to be that mask, but maybe it's an infected mask? I don't know. There we go, there's another one. In fact, I've got loads of this one. I think that might be all I have. So, am I missing... I'm missing the blue... The one mask that I said I would actually really want, the Mask of Translation. I don't seem to have that one. But that's fine, because I don't think we got enough pieces to make them all anyway. So, their bodies are made up of... Let's just have a quick look at the Karma here. Their bodies are made up with like those L-shaped joints, which I believe I have somewhere. Yes, I do. I do actually have them also in red. Oh no, that's the wrong size, isn't it? That's not the right size, so that won't do. So let's get a few of these out, and we'll see how many we can make. I don't think we'll be able to make... Well, we obviously can't make the full set because I don't have all the masks, but we'll see what we can do. I wish they were still selling masks cheap, but they are quite expensive these days. Okay, so we need... What shape are the arms? Okay, so the arms are not that shape. That's too acute. We have those. Annoyingly, I've got them in blue. Do I have them in green? No, I don't. Those are too acute. So we don't have many of the arms. That's annoying. Oh wait, no, I've got them in black. That'll work. And I got them in grey as well. Let's get the ones out in blue. The brown ones are too acute as well. Oh wait, hang on. There's a red one. I haven't got them in orange, but red will do. And I got them in green. I haven't got them in lime green, but I got them in darker green. Okay, we can put something together here. It's not gonna be exactly right, but we can do something. And then the feet are... Sorry, the legs are those pieces. Okay. I have those. So we've got 1, 2 in orange. Got 1, 2 in green. Green and grey are looking alright at the moment. Green, black and grey. So yeah, we'll be able to make something. I do also have them in blue, but again, we don't have the mask for blue. But again, we'll just pick them out. Then we need for the neck. We're going to need one of those pieces for the neck. I've got them in black, so that should do. I do have... Oh, I know I've got them in green. And I've got them in blue. So again, green is looking alright so far. Doesn't look like I have them in orange. Feet. The feet are the heads. Oh, actually, no. Ah, no, so that's why I have some with the eyes on. Because you need 3 of the heads. You need 2 for the feet and 1 for the head itself with the eyes in. So... For the Karma, you'd need 1, 2, and I do have a set of eyes and a third head, so we can do that. What have we got in the Onua box? We've got 1, 2, but I don't have a spare set of eyes, but we do have a grey head with green eyes. Okay, we're getting there. We can do something. The Kopaka box. Kopaka box. We have 1, 2, and 3 with eyes. Okay, good start. The Gali box, we have 1, 2, and 1 with eyes. Again, we don't have the mask, but still, we can see what we can do. And the Pohatu box. Pohatu, we're a bit out of luck. We have only 1 brown foot. But I don't think I had the mask. Oh no, I didn't have the mask for for the Pohatu Tahunga anyway. Okay, Taraga, not Tahunga. I always get those two confused. Okay, we're looking all right so far. We are going to need an elastic band, which and we need one of these pieces here with this sort of dual thing. I think I have both of those. Yeah, once the heads are once the eyes are in the head, they're not coming out. So you're gonna break them if you try and get it out. Okay, so this sort of bit for the middle of their body, I have some of these. And then elastic band, I think I have those too. Yes, I do. I have 2 in green. I hope these are the right size. I have 1 in black, which seems to be a different size, but that might do the trick. And then we do have some stuff for the Tahunga as well. So I think we might have enough pieces now to try and make at least 1 or 2 of the Taraga. So let's see what we can do with the Karma. It's going to be slightly different because I don't have all the pieces in orange. Some of them are in red, but that's fine. Okay, so where do we start? We start with one of the L pieces, and then we need these connectors here. So that goes in... Which way around does it go? Ooh. That goes that way. Then we need a number 3 piece, which is one of those. The rubber band thing I think is in place of the cogs to make the arm move. Okay, I do have an orange neck piece. Is that the right one? No, that's not the right piece. It is... It's that piece. I got that in blue. Did I only have that in blue and green? And black? Oh, no, I got it in black. Black will do. Then another L piece. Oh wait, no, first we need the dual body connector. So bring that mic down. And I'm going to put that there for a bit of contrast. So that goes like that. Oh no, I've made a mistake there. You need a... Oh, damn. You need to put a different piece in first. He's just having a different haircut and things. It's nothing. Bit of a midlife crisis for him. That's all. So I need to make another piece first, don't I? So first of all, I don't think I got that piece ready. It's a little. It's the bits like on Pohatu's neck. One of these pieces. So that needs a number 3 piece on it. And then that goes in there. Okay, so that will be the mechanism for moving his arm up and down, basically, with the elastic band. So then that goes on there. So that's that's most of his body. Is that meant to go through there? Yeah. So that I think is the bit that moves his arm up and down. So then we put a number 3 piece in his neck, and then an elastic band. It looks like it should be the smaller elastic band, this one here. I think these ones are from something else, which we'll get to in a bit. So we might only have an elastic band for one of these. So that goes around there, and then around... That seems a bit stretched. We'll see. We might need to tighten that somehow. Okay, so we need one of where have they gone? One of these for in there, and then we need one of these in there. Yeah, I mean, that elastic band looks like it's even going to snap, so... well, we might get a little bit of play out of it before it goes. Okay, so let's do the legs. So I have that orange piece. And then we need they're all number 3 parts. I'm going to hopefully not run out. In fact, I'm going to use some of the grey ones just in case I start to run out. So that goes in there. And then one of the Toa heads without the eyes becomes a foot. Which way does it go? That way. Nope. That way. So that goes in there. And then we make the same again on the other side. This is what I wish I always wished I could do as a kid, you know, when you're missing parts, you just go to a big box and go, oh, don't worry, I have this part. Actually, those arms... No, are they the more acute versions? No, they're not. They are these arms. So I don't have them in orange, but I do have them in red. So one goes on there. So that's just sort of free-wielding a little bit like Lewa's arm. One goes on there, and that's the one that goes up and down. Oh, so it does work still. I think the band is a little bit loose these days, but it does work. And then we've already got a head with the eyes in, do we? Yes, we do. I kind of don't want to put them in, because once they're in, they don't come out. I might just use a grey head. Or if there's a black head or something with it already done. I'm going to use a grey head with the eyes already in. And then we put these are the arms, are they? So one in there. And then do I need another one? I need another one. And then his fire staff. Yeah, the eyes do not look as it like for the once the eyes are in, they do not come out. They do not come out. So I kind of want to make sure that I've still got some of the coloured heads without the eyes in. And there we go. There is a slightly modified Vakama. I think it still works. He's got red arms rather than orange, and he's got a grey head. But more or less, that's him. So let's see what else we can make. So again, I've got a lot of blue parts, but I don't have a blue mask. So what were their names? I always forget their names. Onua is the black one. Which one was Nakama? Nakama's the blue. That's the one we can't really make. I've completely forgotten what all the names are. I'm going to have to get their names up. Taraga Bionicle. Onua was the brown one, but we didn't have his mask. Tahu, is that his name? He's the green one. We might be able to make him. This is Lewa's Taraga. We might be able to make him. Did we have green heads? Yes, we do. 2 green heads without eyes and 1 with. Matau, is that his? Okay. Thank you. Right, let's see if what we can do with this guy. So again, we need 2 of these L-shaped pieces here. And the small bit goes on the outside. So the build should be pretty much the same. Number 3 piece, and then we've got, I do have, he seems to have a stubbier neck. He's got a neck a little bit like Onua. So we've got the green one of those, and then we've got the body double connector. And then we've got, have we got another green lever? Yes, we do. So again, we won't have another elastic band, but you'll get the idea. Oh wait, hang on. I've made a mistake here. Because he's stubbier. Sorry. Hang on. The double body connector goes lower down. Thinking of doing a WD 2K3, maybe. I mean, honestly, I haven't really played much of the 2K games. I'm sorry, I realised I'm sort of ducked down trying to focus on these so much. There we go. I haven't played many of the 2K games. I played a few of them, but I didn't actually like them that much. I was thinking probably more the SmackDown versus Raw games, but we might give 2K23 a try. As I say, I need to try and figure out what streaming is going to be like once I get out of this studio, because it's obviously going to be slightly different. I think I've talked about this more on Watch Party than I have on streams like this. When I leave this studio, see, that's where you need the elastic band. Oh, we could probably try it with one of these just for now. When I leave this studio, I will be setting up, well, I've already started setting up a new spot at home, but it won't have wired internet, it'll only have wireless. So I need to double check whether or not it's got the ability to be able to... Oh, I've put this on the wrong way. It'll have the ability to handle it. At the moment, it's not just the connection, it's also having the computer to do it. So obviously I've got the computer that can handle all the rendering. It's just whether or not it can handle the stream. I think it probably can. I've got about 50 megabyte upload and download at home on Wi-Fi. It's about 100 wired, and here in the studio it's about 100. The problem is, because where the new studio room is going to be, it's on the first floor, and to try and get a wire to it would just be impossible. So we're going to see. We're going to see if we can get make streams work with it. If not, then I'll try and come up with a different solution. That'll work for now, this little elastic band. I can do... The thing is, I did it in my old... Before we moved, the router was on the ground floor, and I managed to wire it I sort of wired it really neatly all the way up the stairs, sort of on the carpet line, all the way up to the top floor, and it worked great. The only problem here is that the router now is in the living room, and it'd have to go sort of round the top of ceilings, upstairs. It would be a nightmare. So we're gonna see. I'm gonna do a test stream with my Batcave at some point. Doesn't really need to have many people on it. I just need to be able to see whether it actually works. Yeah, I mean, I've got like a 50-foot cable that's, that's really high speed internet, 50-foot cable. So if the route was easy, it could be possible, but the route is going to be almost impossible. It may work though, as I say. I'll use my Batcave. I only need 1 or 2 people on the stream to test whether it works or not, and then if it does, then there's no worries. There we go. This elastic band is too long, but I can try and make that work. How does the head go on if it's... How's the... Oh, the head goes on like this. Weird sort of stubby-necked head. And then... I didn't have the lime green arms, did I? But I've got dark green. There we go. That'll work. Yeah, I mean, realistically, if I was to get a wire up there, I'd have to start drilling. It's just, yeah, it would be a real nightmare to try and do. What do I need for here? I need... How do those hands work? Oh, they're these ones. They're the little levers. And then we give him his jungle staff. And finally, his mask. And there we go. We have a Matau. With the articulation working as well. Again, he should have lime green arms. He has dark green arms. But I think that kind of works. Okay, so we can't make too many of the Taraga, but we can make a couple of them. They seem to work. Now, obviously, we can go on to the Nuva as well. I don't know if we'll try and make a whole set of the Nuva, but I'll give you an idea of what they are. But before we do that, let's try and make Green Goblin Onua. So obviously, here's Onua. We made him. Oh, he's looking... We need to get that lid back. There we go. There's Onua. Now let's see what we can do to modify him. So, we have an orange Onua mask. Well, technically it's not an Onua mask. It's an orange mask of power that would be similar to what Onua wears. It's just that there's no orange Toa. We got a purple one. We also have just different Onua masks. If we get the Onua tray. Okay, so we got a grey one. We got black arms. And obviously we can give him... Well, actually, we can give him any colour we want. Do I remember Hero Factory? Yeah, there are bits. There are going to be bits in here from Hero Factory, but they're not. But they're compatible as well. Okay, we also have some hands that would work. But as I say, if we're going with like an orange mask or something, we could start giving him orange parts as well. Not like that, you know what I mean. But for now, let's see what we can do in terms of Green Goblin. So we got some Lewa Nuva legs. They could work. We also have some normal Lewa legs. We got some Lewa hands, but I think we're going to go try and do the claws, aren't we? Well, actually, I've also got something else. So we've got the claws. But then we also have these things. I have no idea what these are from. These are a little bit like Ponfa from something else. What else can we do? Hey, Comrade 64, yeah, how are you doing? I suppose we could give him a green face, actually. We can take the face off the Taraga that we just did. Come on. There we go. And let's start playing around and see what we can do. So let's take his mask off. We were thinking of giving him the purple mask, weren't we? It's a bit sort of Joker Riddler-like, actually. Green and purple. Are we back? For some reason, OBS just disconnected and then came back. Are we live again? We're back. Okay. We could even give green arms, actually, couldn't we? Because in the Lewa box, I've got these arms in lime green. I've also got these arms in dark green. Different weapons for different... so you want to get... Yeah, it would kind of be like Joker-esque and sort of... in fact, I think I'm going to give him black arms, but with green claws. So we take the original grey arms with black claws off. And I could even change his shoulders, actually, to be lime green, I think. If I've got any of those pieces. Yes, I do. Do I have 4 though? I think I've only got 3. That's all right. We'll just use 2 for his shoulders. I mean, do I have the Onua mask in white? Obviously, you're talking about it as a full size one, but because it would be in the Kopaka box, because it would be technically a Kopaka mask. No, I don't. I'm amazed none of these boxes have toppled over yet. Right, let's change his shoulders. As I say, the masks are the hardest part to find. Like, they weren't always included in the bundles, but trying to buy them separately is too expensive because of the pieces that people always wanted. So it's kind of just like the luck of the draw. You got what you got. Black arm, green claw. Do I have black legs? I think I do. Or do I? No, but I've got green legs. Or I could use... No, okay. Maybe I'll use the Nuva legs. Yeah, I think that works. It might actually work with the legs, with the colours swapped. So if it was like Lewa's body, with rather than at the moment I'm putting green on black, maybe it would work better with black on green. Although I don't have. Oh, I know Lewa's body is dark green, isn't it? It would look good. If it was lime green. Yeah, the colour variants are ridiculous. Okay, we're getting somewhere now. We've got our sort of Green Goblin Joker Onua going. Rather than the claws, let's see if we can... What's it look like with these things? think that looks better, actually. Now he looks a bit more like an axe wheel, sort of slasher type character. Not sure about the colour combo yet. I think it would maybe work better with the green arms. Let's try that. Yeah, if you can find out what the silver mask is from, that would be really handy, because I really don't know what it's from, and it's chromed. It's not. It's a chromed How mask. In fact, if I can show you chrome How mask. Yeah, one of these. I've got one of these. It's not silver. It's not like metal. It's plastic. But yeah, one of these. I don't know what it's from, but if anyone can find out what it's from, that would be really handy. Okay, maybe I give him his black claws back now. What's it? What you figured out? What's it from? There we go. I think that works better. Rather than having the green claws on the black arms, I think it's better with the black claws on the green arms and the green legs. I mean, if that came at you in a horror movie, you'd probably run. So that gives you an idea. Oh, hang on. It's basically a subtle version of the golden mask. So, like, if you exchange 6 common color masks. Oh, yes, I remember now. Yeah, yeah. You could exchange different masks for gold or silver ones. But I don't know I can't remember what I got it from. Separate mask packs. Oh, I must have bought like a mask pack from Toys R Us or something. So that gives you an idea on some of the variation of the things we can do. I'm going to try and start moving on to some of the other pieces first, but before I do, I'm going to have one go at making a Tahunga. And I don't think I've got enough parts, but these were the sort of frisbee throwing things. The villagers. Because as far as I can tell, they're fairly simple little things. I've got pieces everywhere now. They're made up of feet, which look like these. And then you've got these little frisbee type things. So we've got a Lewa style frisbee. That would be presumably for the green one. I've got a Kopaka one. And an Onua one. It looks like you can combine them as well, a little bit like you can to make the Toa Kaita. From that picture, it looks like you can combine the Tahunga as well, like multiple different ways. It looks like you can make one that's made out of 2 or 3 of them, but then it looks like you can make one out of all 6 of them as well. So they use a body like this. Now this, I don't think, is actually from... It might have been from the less sort of the Kopaka type one, but I believe this piece was actually off some completely different set that I just noticed that was the same piece, so I assumed it would be compatible. Yeah, they were Happy Meal toys. You're right. And then you need arms. Now the only arms. Oh no, I've got a black body actually. I've got a black body as well. Now arms. I seem to only have 3 arms. But these are the sort of Pohatu style ones. I don't remember the name of the Tahunga that was Pohatu's, or from Pohatu's region, because obviously if they're rock type, as it were, they're not Pokemon, but they're from sort of Pohatu's region. So I guess we'll go with those and the black body. Although I don't have Pohatu's frisbee disc, so I guess we'll probably use Onua's. So then we can use the brown feet because we're going sort of the Pohatu style. And I assume then that that is what the other Pohatu mask is in the slightly different colour, because that is a lighter brown than what Pohatu is. And then we need a face. Now these are different colours because I think these were repurposed. I think originally they used the light grey faces, and then the dark grey are from later Bionicle sets. Is it Tahunga? Let me find out. I'll Google it up here so we can see. It's a little bit difficult because the Tahunga, I think, were the ones that had to change, that have their names changed to... yeah, see, in the culture of Maori New Zealand, they had to have their name changed to Matoan. Here we go. Yeah, so it does use that lighter mask. So Tahunga speed. Sorry if it's a little bit zoomed in, but that's because of where the instructions were. The Tahunga. Matoran, that's what it became. So I guess we don't want, or do we want the Tahunga? Why can I not find the Tahunga that I need? Or are they called the Toa Nuva? Matoran. Oh, it looks like they changed loads over time. Is this the one? Matoran. Is that the one? Stone Matoran. Yeah, but that's not the... That wasn't the original Gen 1 one. No... Oh, wow, there's loads of them. Known Matoran. Ooh. This is tricky. Some of them are dead. I have no idea. Poa, maybe? Nope, not Poa. And that's interesting because he's got a mask like the blue Taraga. Oh, I'm gonna have to go through some of them, aren't I? Not that one. Maybe it's the deceased one. Var? No. Wow, I didn't realise it went this deep. Like. Can we not figure out what... Oh, Matoran, similar to the Matoran. No, those are the fire ones. This is crazy. I never realised it went that deep. Is there not like... Does it not say what the original one is? Takua. Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, anyway, I'm pretty sure that this is the right mask for him. Because Pohatu uses this mask. And it's a slightly different brown, which is the same colour as his feet. So I'm fairly sure this is the right one. I do, yeah, I wonder if... I mean, obviously we found this leaflet here. That was for Maku, this one was called. This was for... In fact, maybe on this website, on Bricklink. Hooky? Onapu is the... It looks like it's the Onuan one. It looks like... Oh, Jala Kongu. There's no image for this one. Maybe it's Kongu. Let's see. Kongu Bionicle. Ah, no, that would be the Lewa one. Okay. We're getting there. We're... Maku... Oh no, it is Hooky. That is... Yeah, there he is. So he does use that mask. So the instructions do exist. They have survived to a certain extent. There he is. Hooky. So he does use these arms. He uses a beige body, but we don't have that. But we've got a black body, so that can do the trick. And we've got the legs for him. And we've got a head for him. And we have a disc. It's not the right disc, but it doesn't matter. We can make a simple form or a modified form of Hooky. Does that go that way? Yes, it goes that way. So that's how the arms flick. And obviously these are pretty simple to put together. No, I didn't buy a Bionicle set on eBay because they're ridiculous. As I said, you hadn't joined the stream at that point. I said during lockdown, loads of people having like spring cleaning, and they would just be putting out big boxes, like 2, 3, 4, 5 kilo boxes of LEGO Bionicle, of just mixed sets of all sorts of things. Not just Bionicle, Hero Factory, Chima, or just Lego Technic in general. So I was just like buying up loads of sets, cleaning them up, and then creating these trays of various parts. And then for the purpose of when we get to a stream, trying to make as many things as we can. Obviously we haven't got all the parts that we need, but here we go. There is a Hooky, but just with a different colour. So the idea was you lock in the little disc and pull it back, and it's lost forever. It actually is. I don't know where that went. Oh well, there's Hooky. We managed to make a Tahunga. So we've made a Tahunga, we've made a couple of the Taraga, we've made a full set of the Toa. Let's move on and see what else Bionicle had in the future. Before that though, excuse my swig from the massive bottle of Fanta. Time for the Toa Nuva indeed. So, Toa Nuva, as far as I know, this was the second generation of Bionicles. The ones that started to appear in Gen 2 of the comic books. They're basically Gen 2 of the Bionicles, and they're the ones that start to appear in the movies. So, if I just move this box out of the way for a minute, we've got some of the original instructions for these guys over here. Not all of them. But we will start with Tahu Nuva. So obviously Tahu is this guy. But then Gen 2 comes around. Tahu Nuva. Same character, slightly upgraded. Different mask, body armor, different weapons. He's still surfing lava, but again, he's got a slightly different weapon. Same too when we have Kopaka. That's Gen 1 Kopaka. Gen 2 Kopaka. Different mask, different shield, body armor. He's now got skates on. The arms are different parts to the legs, whereas in Gen 1 the legs and the arms, generally speaking, were the same part. I don't think I've got physical instructions for Gali Nuva, but there's Gali Nuva. Again, slightly different. Different mask, body armor. She's now got fins or propellers on her hands, and she's got these sort of bits on her feet which become like flippers, but then they are also used as a weapon as well. So let's make a couple of these. Again, I don't think we'll go through the whole set of these. We've probably got enough parts to make a whole set, but I want to get onto some of the stuff that is beyond my time as well, because it'll be my first experience with them. So if we go back to where were my instructions? I think I just close out of my instructions. One sec. I get that back up. Ah, they become turned after the twin Bohrok queens. Okay, so Bohrok are... Hang on. Are they these guys? Those started coming in Gen 2 of the comics, didn't they? Or maybe not those ones specifically, but I think those are actually the second gen. But again, we've got some of those, so we can start making those as well. Let me just get the Bionicle instructions back up. Okay, so we are going to start with... I think we're actually going to start with Gali Nuva, because I think she's got some cool new features on her. If we can find her instructions. Gali Nuva, there she is. Yeah, I've got... In fact, I think there were actually might be 3 gens of Bohroks, I'm not sure, but I've got... Yeah, oh, flat colours and metallics, yeah, okay. Yeah, I've got some of those, so we can go through some of those. Let's zoom out a little here. So Gali Nuva, as you can see, she's got a different mask on, but actually with Gali, her arms are the same pieces as the legs, which is interesting, unlike the other ones. There you go, there's an idea of all of them. So let's start building and let's see what we've got here. Back to the Gali box. Okay, so actually I'm gonna bring her up first so we can have a look at what we need first. So she uses the same feet. So we've got 2 blue feet. She uses the same chassis. Oh wait, that's the one with the thing on the front. That one, we need one of those. She now uses 4 of these. These are now the arms and legs. There might have been 3 gens of Bohrok. I think there were, but although I can't remember. As I say, it's a little bit after I stopped watching or stopped playing. That is one of her masks. We need a grey head with yellow eyes, which we have. We don't have her claws anymore. We have these, which I might get 4 of these out because I'm pretty sure they can form like a staff in her hand, and they can also form flippers. So I'm going to get 4 of those out, and maybe we can give her both at the same time. And now she also has, if we've got these little propeller things on her hands. So if I do have enough for them. But I'm going to need some of the blue ball joint holders. Which I believe I have. I certainly have them in light blue anyway. I got them in light blue. If I come across them in dark blue, I can use them, but I've got all sorts of parts that I don't even know what they're from as well, like the little stubby arms as well. I've got them in like yellow. I've got them in red. I've got one of these are the How masks, but they're not because they've got the sort of 4-way point on them. I think these were actually used as like shoulder pads on something. I don't know. But it just shows all the stuff that I sort of managed to pick out. Anyway, yeah, I think I've got I think I do have these in dark blue somewhere, but I can't quite see where they are at the moment. But light blue will do. That's fine. I think that. Oh well, no, we're going to need some armor. Try not to have boxes fall all over the place. Okay, now, I do actually have armour in different colours. I have gold armour. I don't know what those are off, but that's not a Toa Nuva one. The Toa Nuva use silver armour, so that's a chest plate. And then they've got 2 sets of shoulder pads, shoulder plates as well. I think that is all that we need for now. Obviously, we're going to need all those small parts as well. But that should be everything for the moment. all of these parts are not needed. These are for the other guys. So we've got shoulder pads, body armor, chassis, feet, legs, arms, flippers / weapon, mask, propellers, ball joint holders, head. Right, let's get going. So we need a head and neck connector. Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. It's a nice way of sort of diving into the lore of it together, I guess, and sort of it's a bit more tactile because we're sort of hands-on with the stuff. And like I say, I've got all the Bohrok stuff that we can get to later, and also the where are we? These instructions. I've got all the instructions for. I think I've got the instructions for this full set. I don't know what parts we've got. We've got parts to at least make a couple of these, and then also we've got the I can't remember what the species is called. We've got the Bohrok and Rahkshi. I can't remember the names of the species. Those were after my time though, so I'm quite intrigued to make those. Okay, so as far as I'm aware, the builds for these are pretty similar to what they were on Gen 1. It's just that they're essentially just souped up versions of the original Toa. Rahkshi, that's it. But yeah, the lore for Bionicle went pretty deep pretty quick, because obviously they wanted, as soon as it started being a success, they wanted to start making as many toys as possible. So they just started making up so many different things, and obviously it's unlike other Lego sets, because with every new toy they introduced, they had to create a lore around it, which they never used to have to do. Oh no, it's not quite the same as the normal Gali, because only one arm is geared. That's interesting. I don't know why. I suppose she's not climbing anymore, but still. I need that part. Is this the one? Yes, that's the right one. So this arm is just kind of like freewielding, a little bit like Lewa's was. And then we need a number 5 piece to go through the hips. Stone Cold versus Rahkshi key. Maybe. I mean, we'll have to check. I mean, I'd say we might not make them all, but we can at least have a look at the instructions for all of them. We'll have a look at the Onua Nuva and see if he's got still the arms that move up and down. Okay, where are we? Oh, that's quite good. On the updated versions of the instructions, they give a better idea of what size is which. Okay, so head goes on. Okay, so now we're using the new version of the legs, but she hasn't got thick thighs anymore. If she had thick thighs, it would be that way around. That's been changed. Yeah, we were doing that earlier on, in terms of the one-to-one. Oh, I didn't mean to go backwards. Hang on. What have I just done? I'm really zoomed out as well. I can't read it. Gali Nuva. Yeah, yeah. So you hold them up against the instructions to see whether it's the right size. I don't know if I think it's a bit early for fan art for the internet, because it's 2001. I mean, it's still pretty early days. Not everyone had the internet yet. I mean, I only got the internet in 98, I think. That's quite cool. You're feeling nostalgic for Pomelo Retro now. So Pomelo Retro in itself has become nostalgic. I think I've got the wrong size for its hips here. I think I've used a number 6. Yeah, StarCraft did have an N64, but I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure 98 was the first time we got the internet. Obviously the internet existed, but as like, obviously there's the internet and there's the World Wide Web of different things. Still a number 6 part. I need number 5. That's a number 5 part. Nope, that's a number 4. Ah, get the wrong pieces. Why can't I find a number 5 piece? I remember in school, obviously, we had the internet, and we used to ask if we could go on the computers at lunchtime, and we'd just go on like the WWF website all the time, because they had like flash versions of the Rock and Stone Cold entrance music and things. And I think because it still used the phone line back in those days, I think we racked up like £150 phone bill for the school. We weren't allowed to do it for much longer. I mean, we're definitely using the internet for quite a lot around the year 2000, because that's when I was saying, like, on Watch Party, that's when I was like using Napster on my first laptop. That's when I got my first wrestling belt from WrestlingSuperstore.com in the US. But it just wasn't, like, brands hadn't fully embraced how to use it yet. Kazaa followed Napster, but then Kazaa was the one that brought viruses with it. That's the, yeah, exactly. An executable file for a song. There was loads of them. There was Kazaa, there was LimeWire, there was BearShare, there was so many of them. Looking up cheat codes, yeah. In fact, I remember like PlayStation magazine, N64 magazine, all those kind of magazines. They all had, often they'd come with a book, literally printed book of cheat codes. I think I've got one, actually. I've got one over there somewhere. Like 1001 cheat codes for Medal of Honor Frontline and on all those games backwards. Okay, so... Oh, wait, there's another bit here on her feet. Yeah, Gali, yeah, because Gali uses the legs that are like feet. So the legs that are like arms. It does feel a bit... She does feel a bit sort of bouncer-like stance, doesn't she? Okay, so we got a new piece that we need to use. I think I have these over here. Yeah, these are them. So one of these. Oh, no, 2 of these even. And then like little O-rings. I've got those too. I'd consider doing Medal of Honor. I'm still waiting for my light gun to arrive. That, you know, I think I mentioned it on the N64 stream. A light gun that works on modern screens. It's so delayed. I'm getting quite annoyed with the post at the moment because I've sold some of my the graded Pokemon cards from Pokemondays, and they've taken well over a week to get to the people who I've sent them to. Where are these going? Are these going on the back heel? Yeah, back heel. So yeah, I ordered. Well, no, I didn't order. They were meant to. They sent me those light guns at least a week and a half ago, and they haven't arrived yet. Which is fine, but I'm getting quite annoyed at the ones that I've sold some of those cards on eBay, and the funds are on hold because it's taken over a week to arrive to the right people. Stand up, Gali. Okay, oh, wait, no, shoulder pads. Proper 80s woman. You need your shoulder pads. Okay, propellers. So we need these little pieces. Where are they going? They're going on the ends of there. And there they go. Then we need another one on that side. Okay, so we need chest armor. And then she needs her mask. But then... Excuse me, I'm a bit sniffly. So there are two different options here. Okay, so that's what these things on the feet are for. They're for locking in the flippers. But she can also use them as weapons. Ooh, what's this? I don't know what this little bit's meant to be for. But I have two sets of them, so we can give her both. So first off, we'll give her as a weapon. And then we need to take these locking pins out. And then they fit in, I guess, a little bit like Pohatu's feet. That way? That way. Yes, that way. On the outside. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure that's still on camera. Okay, that's one set of flippers on. It's a little bit overkill when she's got them as weapons as well, but that's alright. We're having fun with it. Take these out. And there we go. Oh, I popped her head off. Oh, that didn't work. Oh no. Now, there we go. We have Gali Nuva, complete with her flippers, and her set weapons, and her little propellers as well. Okay, let's see what else we've got. Because we got... Let's just have a look at the instructions for them first. That was Gali Nuva. Lewa Nuva. Let's see what's different with Lewa Nuva. Lewa looks pretty similar. It's just that now they're using the legs, the what were the original legs as its arms, and it's got sort of dual blades. Not that different, if I'm honest. Let's see if we can find something a little bit more interesting. We have Tahu Nuva. Again, Tahu Nuva's not that different. It's kind of, he's the same. We do have the pieces for him, but I want to see if there's one, maybe ones that are a little bit more interesting. Kopaka Nuva. Let's have a look. Okay, Kopaka Nuva looks cool because he's got skates on, so maybe we'll do Kopaka Nuva. But he's lost his sword, which is a bit rubbish. Onua Nuva. Oh, Onua Nuva's not got... Yeah, he hasn't got the arms at all. He's just got, like, little stubby arms. And has now got, like, drill skates? And then finally... we've got Pohatu Nuva, whose body is still upside down, and he's got sort of groin armour now. He's still got reinforced feet, but he's got claws for moving so he's actually got usable hands now. I'm going to make, I think, Kopaka Nuva. But I'm going to make him a bit differently. Because I don't like that they've taken his sword away. I'm going to give him a sword. So we're going to make Kopaka Nuva, but we're going to do it our own way. Right, let's get the Kopaka box. Right, so he still uses the same chassis. Still uses the same feet? Or has he got grey feet now? No, I think he's still got the same feet. That looks like it's his new shield. We do have some skates for him. But, as I say, we've got this from a completely different set of something. I don't know what this is from. But he's going to have a sword. He's not... I can't have Kopaka without a sword. We do have the Kopaka Nuva mask. So what arms has he got? It looks like he's got one of these arms for where his shield is. But then his other arm is just a bit rubbish. But again, actually, is it meant to be that the skates are usable as a weapon as well? Let's just scroll down. Ah, yeah, see, the skates are meant to be like a staff as well. But we're going to do it a little bit differently with Gali. I think we're going to give him the skates, but we're going to give him a sword as well. So he needs one of those arms. And then do we have a hand? Yes, we do. We have a white hand. So we can give him a sword in his hand. That'll work better. And then we need a head with blue eyes. And I think... Oh no, we need legs. We do actually have white versions of his legs, but in fact, yeah, I'm going to give him white legs. And screw the grey arm. I'm going to give him a white arm as well. He's going to be camouflaged. Let's go like as white as possible. I just need I don't have a white version of that. That's annoying. I suppose I could just use one of those as his arms. Unless I've got something else I can use. No, I think it's either gonna have to be a grey arm, or we'll have to use one of these for his use another one of his legs for his arms. And do I have white ball joints as well? Let's go a little bit all out with this one. Let's make him as... He's meant to be camouflaged. Let's make him as white as possible. I do have white heads, but none of them have the eyes in it, so I'm not going to do that. I do have white ball joints. What else can we do? Do I have any other different coloured body armour? I just realised I do have red body armour from something. I don't know what that's from. Where if I put the body armour? I've lost the body armour. Where's the body armour? Found it. Right, so silver body armour it is. Which kind of defeats the purpose of trying to make him white, but oh well. Okay. Modified version. Oh, I've even got like... I've got white ones of these as well. It could have been. I have no idea. It's just, as I say, they're just random parts that I picked out of big selections and gone, oh, they could be from something. Look, I've even got like Pohatu colour cogs, which are from something. I don't know what they're from. So we're going to go grey cogs. Okay, let's try and make a modified Kopaka Nuva. Okay, so we want a grey one of those. Which is... I've moved all my boxes around now. Oh wait, what are these? I wonder if we could use those for something. We need a grey one of those. And then they're going to be hidden, so we use the black ones for that. Right, so chassis, neck, cog, now is this long enough? I don't think that's long enough. That's more for the hips. So we can use this one, this white one for the hips. But we're going to need... Maybe I can find a grey one. Is that... That might be too long. Yes, that's too long. Do I have a grey one that I can use rather than black? That's too long. It's too short. No, I think it's going to have to be a black one. And stoppers. Big cog. Stopper. Small cog on the right. So we're going to give him a sword in his right hand. So let's not use the grey ones. We're going to try. Sorry, the black ones. We're trying to use grey as much as grey or white as much as we can. So we've got a free-wielding arm on this side, which has got a shield. We could use grey there for his head. Right, we've got white legs for him, and white feet. And do we have white ball joints as well? Yes, we do. and on the white hip. So we got our more camouflaged version of Kopaka. See, he's got a mask of X-ray vision, and they won't see him coming either. Right, so this is where we're going to do things a bit differently. We're going to do a white ball joint on here. And then we're going to use a white one of these as his arm. Which way round would that go? That way, I think. Or would it? No, it'd go the other way, wouldn't it? Bicep bigger. Oh, sorry, head's come off. Don't lose your head. Okay, so that's moving along like that. In fact, no. Yes, we have to do it that way because we need a ball joint on the end. So then we have a ball joint there and a sword. There we go. Kopaka should always have a sword. That works better. Now he can have the skates and a sword, and he's looking cool all in white, I have to say. Okay, so now the other arm, we're giving him a white ball joint and a white arm. In fact, there might be there's a better way of doing this. I think that arm should be the one that holds the sword. No, it can't be, because then there's no... I can't use that. I want to use the hand for something. No, it's going to have to be that way around. Come on, get back in there. Wait, just pop your shoulder back in. There we go. Yeah, I want to be able to use the hand. I don't know what the hand is from, but I just want to be able to use it for something. So let's do this. So that goes on here. So how does he hold his shield? A little thing goes on the end of there. Oh, they didn't put it on there yet. Okay. So I don't know if I'm going to use the body armor, because the body armor is going to make him more grey, and I kind of like him in white. So, but let's see what it looks like anyway. He might look a bit more badass with the body armor on, which he does. But I think I preferred it with the white. Anyway, let's keep going. Right, so I'm not going to do the things in his feet yet, because I want to put his skates on. So the mask goes on. The shield clicks into here. And now, how do we put his skates on? Okay, so his skates go on the same sort of way. So they go in there. Oh wait, what parts did we need? We needed 2 of these. And 2 little O-rings. Oh no, have I not got enough O-rings? I might have to take them off Gali. Oh no, there's loads. Okay, so on the outside... I don't know, we'll see if he can stand up with the skate on. It goes... No, it goes through the middle, okay. I think with Gali it went on the back. Okay, so that goes... Which hole does it go in? Read into that what you want. Is it in the middle one? Come on. No. Have oh, I've attempted to ice skate, and I was horrendous at it. When I was working at Top Gear, we all went as an office to the Natural History Museum, or that has the ice skating rink in front of it at Christmas time, and I was useless. I'm useless with any kind of skating: skateboarding, rollerblading, ice skating. I fall over very easily. I have to be led around like special needs on a school trip. Can you stand up, badass Kopaka? Yes, you can. So you're doing better than me on skates. There we go. Modified Kopaka Nuva. Oh, I can use a scooter. Yes, I can do that. Right. That gives you an idea of the Toa Nuva anyway. But the lore didn't stop there, did it? So we're going to move on to what were they called? The Bohrok, which means I need to open up a new box, which means I'm ever closer to them all collapsing. So we got Nuvok, but I don't know if necessarily got the parts to make him specifically. We'll have the parts to make something. Well, this is going to be a little bit like the Tahunga and the Taraga. We'll see what we've got and see what we can make. I'm going to have to get... Actually, I'm going to get one of the instructions up just to see what the constituent parts are, so we can get an idea of what we can make. What's this guy's name? Nuvok. Let's get Nuvok up. Oh, that's Nuvok Karl. So that's the one with the silver, isn't it? Yeah, that's Nuvok Karl. I just want the normal Nuvok. There he is. There we go. Okay, so let's get the box and see what we can make. Now, this is a box of all sorts of things that I don't necessarily know what they're all from. So there'll be a mixed bag of all sorts of things in here. I believe these are all Rahkshi parts. So we'll get to that in a bit. I think these are all the chassis and things from Rahkshi, so we'll get to those later. This, I think, is my Bohrok tray. So, these are the chassis. Now, do we need one or two of these? Oh, just to do a little bit of, a tiny little bit of the story of them. We need two of them. Okay, so first of all, we need to see, do we have any of these where we can put two together? So we got two blue that I can do, two green, two red, two black, and two white. Okay, so I can do five of them. Okay, well let's focus on seeing if we can make Nuvok then. Let's put most of these parts back for now, and let's see what we can do to make a version of Nuvok, even if it's a modified version. So I'm going to need one of those hinge joints, which is one of those. I got one of those. Good. Two of the longer hinge joints. Got those. These are all the Karl tops, aren't they? Yeah, so these are the metallic ones, and then these are the normal ones. So I've actually got I might have enough to do a full set, you know. But we're not going to focus on that for now. We need one of these sub chassis bits. Got one of those. Oh, no, two of those. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We got two of those. I think I've got those little pieces, yeah. Aha! Green elastic band. Got one of those. The little tray thing for the mask. I've got those, I believe. Well, first of all, clearly we're going to need one of those. I'm pretty sure I've got enough to make the full set here, apart from maybe not this one, the brown one. There we go. We've got the thing for the mask holder. Green teeth. Or yellow teeth. Yeah, got those. Got those. Looking good so far. We've got a green mask. Yep. Oh, no, not that one. Lime green. Got that. Yeah, we got that hood, yeah. Oh, teeth. I don't know if they're here, but I do have some somewhere. I even saw them somewhere. Bear with me. Aha. Even got a spare green elastic band there. So we got these sort of tusk things. What else do we need? Okay, little legs. He wants grey. I mean, we do also have black we could use, but we'll stick to what it's telling us to use for the moment. Grey. And then feet. Those look like they're the right feet. Oh, we need a couple more for the arms. Okay. I've got to see dark grey. They look like a light grey. We've got black. Oh no, we got light grey. Or is it? No, it's. Let's go with dark grey. In fact, you know what? No, I'm going to use black for one of them. We're going to use a mixer of black and grey. And hands. Okay, I've got a mixture of different hands. Hang on. So obviously some of these are from the Carl versions. Those are the right ones, aren't they? So I don't know what those are off. But it looks like it's these two-pronged ones, which are the right ones. Do I have another one of these? I mean, if not, I can always use the other ones, but... Nope, there we go. So it looks like we've definitely got enough to make Nuvok. Ah, yeah, that's right. They can make up into a ball, couldn't they? And then the canister that they came in, they're sort of like hibernating in there. Okay. Oh, and they can combine too. I didn't realise they can combine into whatever you call that. See, Bionicle was great. You just keep discovering more and more things about it. I love this series so much. We could be here for days. I'm having to choose what we cut out of these streams, otherwise I do have enough here that we could probably make full sets of just about everything. Modified sets perhaps, but still. Right. Let's make Nuvok. And I don't think a modified version, apart from I've changed one of the colours of his arms, but we could have kept it normal. Okay, so we start with... These look a little bit more complicated, but not too complicated. We start with the chassis that goes like that way. Okay, and we need number 3 pieces. We've got plenty of those. 12 hours. We'll save that for the next CSI stream, maybe. Because we know how long the CSI streams can be. In fact, the Pokemon Trading Card Game 2, oh, that's going to be a long one. That might that might have to be another 2-parter. Because obviously, when we do these streams, I kind of try to pick. Oh no, what happened there? I try to choose things that I could do. Oh no, what's happened? It's frozen. In one go, but And the music's stopped now. What? What's happening? Can people still hear me? Mic's still going, but music stopped. That's very strange. Oh wait, music is there. Oh, that's what's happened. It's clicked out of my headphones and onto speakers. Sorry, I've just turned the music up when I didn't need to. My little controller over there's clicked out onto the headphone, the speakers instead of the headphones. I do think though this is frozen, so give me one sec. My thing with the instructions is frozen. Yeah, like I say, I do try and choose things that I could do in one night, in one go, but when it comes to games, obviously the more you go into the future, the less you can do that. Okay, bear with me, because this has frozen. That's why we need to have multiple screens, so I can still work on this one. Nuva PDF instructions. There we go. Okay. That way round. Yeah, apparently don't mess with the Bohrok. So that one goes interlaced with the end teeth on there. Okay. But then we need another one. Yeah, essentially the place where I get my music from, I try to sort of go for like lo-fi style music for my streams. Okay. And then we got the chassis second half. That way. Okay, that's still free. Okay, so this is sub-chassis. So you can tell me whether the volume's too high now, obviously, because I thought I'd lost the volume, but it was just a problem with the with my headphones. But if I've put it too high, let me know, and I can turn it back down again. So sub-chassis needs number 3 parts on it. And then they go through there. Oh wait, no. Which way round? Which way round does it go? No, it's that way. What's this little bit here? Should that be there? No, it shouldn't. That's why I was getting confused. So it's that way. And they go through there. And then sub-chassis part number, half number 2 goes there. Yeah, so you can see how it needs that elastic band, but you can see, I think this is meant to be where the head is, predominantly. Turn upside down. No, it's not upside down, is it? It's that way. Ah, now those little knobbly bits go in. On the outside. And I have another one. There. Ah, and they hold the elastic band in place. There we go. That's a bit... It feels a bit stiff. But that's the movement that we're looking for. Okay, so this is the bit that holds the Bohrok mask. And that needs a number 5 piece going through it. Is that number 5? Hang on, I need the original instructions to check the length of the piece. That is a number 5. Okay. Okay. Fluorescent teeth. Green mask. Okay, and then so now we need to make like it's got a mastodon feel to it. Okay, so this piece, which is one we haven't used yet on any of them, that goes through there. Oh, were they meant to be eyes? Tusks on here. And then they go... Where are these going? Oh, they're going under here. This is fiddlier, but it's not particularly hard. Okay, so that's the face. So maybe those are eyes, actually. I always assumed because the mask in there, these were upper and lower mandibles, a bit like on a spider. Okay. Oh, is that meant to click in place? Oh, there we go. Clicks in place. So, there we go. That's what we want. Okie doke. So, we want number 6 pieces. Just check those are the right length. Oh. Number 6. That is number 6. That's what we want. I'm glad we got some of the actual printed instructions, not just the digital, because they have helped. So is it 2 of those? Yeah, I think it's 2 of those. So 1. And then is that the same length? Yep, that's the same length. Okay, so legs. I think I'll do grey arms, black legs. So we'll do the legs, little stubby legs. Black ball joints. Oh, let's just push it all the way through. So it's on the bottom one. Come on, go on. There we go. Yeah. These are a lot stiffer, these ones. Come on, there we go. And again on the bottom row. lower center of gravity. It's a little bit like, what's the thing out of RoboCop in terms of how it stands? So both legs are on. Okay, so now we make the arms. So we need 2 black ball joints for each. And now we got grey arms. Oh, and then they go on the one on. They also go on the hip as well. Okay, so one of these on each end. Come on you go. That's it, Ed 209. Nope. I don't know. Is it just the hands left? Yeah, that's it. It's just the hands. Okay. They're going on the ends of there. And there we go. Nuvach is done. That was actually not as hard as I mean. It was. I didn't expect it to be hard, but I knew they were trickier. And they are. It was fiddlier. So I mean, technically speaking, I mean we might have a go at another one, but I kind of want to see what. Maybe do one of the Carl versions. If I can figure out what's required. Yeah, Mum. Having a slight issue with my instructions for some reason. Oh, yeah, sorry. Still a bit phlegmy. One sec. It's not the nicest thing to have in your headphones. Lewa, I'm guessing, is one of them. So Lewa, I mean, they're all kind of the same. I mean, we do have the parts for them. But just like we've done the Toa and then the Toa Nuva, let's see if we can move on to make one of the Carls. In fact, let's... What parts have I got? I've got red, blue, and white. So let's find one of those I can do. It looks like I've got more. Oh no, because it doesn't matter about the hands, does it? Because they're all. Let's see what we. Tanok Carl. Oh, that does use sort of flame hands. Are those the flame hands? That's them. Have I got 2 of those? Yes, I do. Okay. Let's see if we can make Tanok Carl then. Let's go through and see if we can find the parts. Okay, so we need a red chassis and 2 parts, which we've got. We're going to need 3 hinges, which we've got. We're going to need the sub-chassis, which we've got. I don't know if we're meant to have that in silk. Is that... No, that is black, isn't it? The knobbly bits, got them. We had... another elastic band. We've got the tray for the mask. Blue tusks. Or blue teeth or blue eyes or whatever they are. I think they're dark blue, aren't they? Yeah, we got those. Dark green mask. We've got that. We got the sort of grey and red hood. We've got that. Although I suppose it doesn't really matter what colour mask it is, do we? Because if that's not see-through anymore, compared to, say, that, you're not going to see the mask like you would on the normal version. Either way, we've got it. Red arms and legs. We've certainly got 2. We can always do orange. In fact, yeah, I kind of like mixing it up. Let's do orange. So we've got red and orange. Ball joints, got plenty of those. Oh, and then the hands. Oh, it's got grey feet. We've got grey feet. And then the flamey grey hands. We got those. No, I don't think it is because that's sort of, it's almost like a flame. So that, but it's not. It's the same on all of them because that's white. It's the same design, and that's blue, and it's the same design. But it doesn't look like a mask. I think that's it. I think we've got everything we need. Oh no! Wait, tusks. Now, it looks like it's calling for white tusks, but I do actually have silver ones, which I think would work better with this. So I'm going to use silver. Oh, yeah. No, it wasn't just the SmackDown streams. It was early 2000s. Everything was silver. It was horrible. I guess because I mean... You'll know because you were on Watch Party. The outfits for the guys that worked at Mondo Burger in Good Burger, they were silver too. Shiny chrome, shiny. Yeah, exactly. Hang on, I'm gonna get Mondo Burger. Where are? There he is. Look at that. That was considered futuristic in 1997. Everything was silver in late 90s, early 2000s. It was horrible. Anyway. What are we making? Tanuk Carl. They're number 3 pieces. Unfortunately, they had all those people in sort of skimpy, skin-tight, rubber-type suits in a movie that Carmen Electra featured, and she wasn't wearing it. That was a shame. And the end bit there. No, silver PS2s, no. Everything was silver. Oh, like, if you think all DVD players, VCRs, TVs, laptops, CD players, they were all silver. And it all faded. It all faded and you could see the black underneath after a while. Because it was just painted plastic. That way. No, not a silver GameCube. No, any color but silver. If it was the purple one, the black one, if ideally the orange one. Even football boots and things were silver in the late 90s. That way. I've got a modded GameCube now. I do have a European PAL GameCube, which I've swapped the casing on so that it's orange now. It was black originally, but I do have one that's modded now so that you can. It's got like a micro SD card in the back. Is that right? That doesn't look right. I think that needs to. Ah, that's it. That needs to go further back. That's what I want. Knobbly bits. I need 2 of those. Oh no, have I only got 1 left? Surely not. No, there we go. Knobbly bit. They need to go there. The Donkey Kong N64. You mean the jungle green one? I only have I only ever had the original grey. Oh wait, this is way off. That needs to go all the other way. The original charcoal N64. Nowadays, I've got. I mean, I had lots of the different colours. I've sold a few of them now. I've got the orange one, which is my favourite. I did have the watermelon, which was an RGB modded one, I think. Now I've got the light blue one, which is that an NTSC one? No, I think that's just a normal European PAL one, and then I've got a Japanese purple the Fantastic ones. But the orange one is the one that has got the HDMI. It's an ultra HDMI mod on the board, so it does HDMI natively without any adapters. Ah, I see where I've gone wrong. I think I've put this up in the wrong way. I like the Pikachu one, but I like the Japanese one better, the orange version, rather than the sort of primary blue. The Ultra HDMI is the best way to play N64 games, with using original hardware. So there's multiple ways of doing it. There's a company called Eon who make adapters. Am I doing this right? This doesn't seem right. No, that is right. There's a company called Eon. They do adapters for the N64 and the GameCube. So the GameCube can do HDMI natively as well, because the GameCube does actually have digital out, so you don't need any modifications to it. The N64, it has to be a board mod in order to be able to do HDMI out, but it's something that is wired to the board, and then you need to have like a slight bit in the back of your N64 dremeled out, because it's a mini HDMI to HDMI cable that you use. But it looks great, and you can still use the original AV. But there is also, as I say, there is a company called Eon, and they make an NTSC version of it, and also a PAL version of it. It's a thing that goes into the back of the N64 out of the normal AV port, which is an HDMI adapter, and it can also clear up the picture a little bit as well. So the silver one is NTSC for US and Canada. The gold one is the PAL one, so be careful which one you get, because only the right one will work on your console. You can't mix and match them. Sorry, excuse me. The Eon adapter works very well. The Ultra HDMI adapter is great, but it's ridiculously expensive. I managed to get it when it was still relatively unknown, but now I think they only made them for a short amount of time, and as soon as they stopped making them, the prices went crazy. Like for an Ultra HDMI N64 now, I think you'd probably spend at least £400 or £500, if not more. Through the bottom one. Right, so yeah, I'm going to stick with the grey tusks. Oh, wait, no. Do they not? Oh, I've used the wrong piece, that's why. Oh no, have I only got one of those pieces? Well, that would certainly cut down on the amount of Bohrok I can make. I've only got one of those tiny little pieces that goes all the way through. Oh, how annoying is that? Okay, I'm going to have to cannibalize Nuvok then. This little piece that goes through here, this grey bit, I only have one of them, despite having enough pieces to make probably the entire Bohrok army. Sorry, Nuvok. This piece. Out of all of the boxes, all of the trays, all of the job lots that I bought, that is the one piece that I only have one of. That's crazy. I don't even know how you'd search for something like that. Presumably it has a part number. Not that it's written on there, though. And it doesn't say what it is there. I don't even know how you'd search for that. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's from all sorts of different LEGO Technic sets, so I'm sure you could find those pieces for pretty cheap. But it's just amazing that of all of this, like, I've got one. To be fair, I don't know what I'm going to do with all this Bionicle afterwards, because I've got far more of it than I realised I did. You don't realise when you're sort of cleaning it up and just putting it in boxes. I had no idea how many of the things I could make. I mean, I've got enough to make full. Apart from, there are some pieces that I'm missing. With a few replacement pieces, I've got enough to make full sets probably a dozen times over. Click. Oh, I've put the silver. I forgot to put the silver teeth on. I've put the white. Oh well, I've put the original white teeth on. That's fine. Okay, so number 6 piece. One goes through there. Item number Technic pin 3L. Technic pin 3L. Yeah, that's the one. You can buy 10 of them for 99p. Not that one, though. It's that one. Okay, well, that's easy enough. Thank you. That solves that. This will probably become like a traditional Christmas or something. I just get my... Although I can't keep... Like, if you could see the amount of boxes that I've got, I can't keep them all. I'm going to have to get rid of some. But it can be a thing that I do on Christmas where I get my Bionicles out. Okay, so we need ball joints, 4 of them. On the back there. So we're going to do red legs, but I think we're going to do orange arms. I think I've used a thing that's too long, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's slightly too long, that's fine. Red legs. Is that right? No, it needs to go that way. Yeah, that way. And then silver feet. Right, nearly there. So now we just need to do the arms. Calls for red arms, but we're going to do orange. Okay, and then the hands go on the ends. And there we go. Tannock Carl. Alright, let's go do that better. There we go. And so it goes on. Obviously, we've got parts to make most of them, but slightly modified. Yes and no. We do have red arms that we could on them, but I kind of like it with the orange arms. I like the contrast. So that gives you an idea of the Bohrok. And the last things that we're going to do on this stream tonight is we're going to see what we can make from the Rahkshi. So we're going to go through and see what parts we've got and what we can make. Let's see. I think I like Kurak. If I've got the instructions for Kurak, I should do. Kurak, there we go. There he is. Right, so let's figure out if we've got the parts that we need. Now, I've never made any of these, so I have absolutely no idea if I've got the right parts or not. So those look like the lower legs. So we need 2 of those. These look like the upper legs. So we're going to need 2 of those. I'm going to have to go through the instructions a little bit. Right, so we need one of those little chassis things. Is that this? That is this. So we need one of those. We've got that. Cogs and things, they're all fine. Oh, we need one of those pieces. I might need to take that off Lewa. So we need the shoulder pieces. So some of these have already got these things in them. In which case I might as well save myself the effort. Well, let's make... What's the red one called? It's not Gurak, that's blue. That's the blue. What's the red Rahkshi? Nuvok? No, that's what we just made. What's it called? Turok. Not to be confused with Torok. Okay, so that's going to be the shoulder piece with the red ball joints in. That's already been pre-made, so that saves us a little bit of time. And we need one of these. Yeah, one of those. One of those. Okay. Yep, we've got that. We've got his back with the spine things on. Okay, so he's got like a little weird alien worm thing as his head, rather than a mask. That, I don't think we have the right colour, so let's just go with the grey. That makes the most sense. Oh, we need a fluorescent ball joint thing. We got that. Fluorescent orange ball joint. We need some red ball joints. I've got those somewhere. I've got silver, yellow, blue, green, purple, black. Oh, those will do. They're like maroon colour. There we go. That'll do. Oh, wait, no, I've got red. Idiot, they're right in front of me. Two of those. Arms. Okay, so those are the same types of arms off the original Toa. They're like Pohatu's arms, but they're grey. So, do I have those in the Onua box? If I don't have them in the Onua box, I'll have them somewhere. If not in grey, maybe in a different colour. Aha! Well, I've got them in black and I've got them in red. So that'll do. Put them in black and red, so we can play around with that. So this is for his staff. So it's a really long piece. I do have that, I think. I believe that's the right length. Now let's just get one of the instructions. Step 13. Oh, no, it's different on this one. No, it's not. Step 13. That is the right length. Okay, good. We've got one for his staff. His feet. Okay, so we're going to need red ball joints again. And then the feet. Do I have the right type of feet? Oh wait, I've got a red one of these. Why would I not use red? I might as well use red. Oh wait, I've got red. I've got these legs as well. I've got them in this colour, but I don't have them in this colour. So we're not gonna use those. Do I have the right feet? That looks right. I've got one of those. I have two of those. This is looking good so far. I've got his head. Yep. And then there's sort of flame staff things. Is that the right one? That's the right one. Do I have two of them? I mean, it doesn't really matter if his staff's the wrong one. Oh no, there we go. Two of them. Perfect. I think we have everything that we need, apart from perhaps one little bit on the back of him here. This little ridged thing here. That was the part that was rare, that I was missing on Lewa. If anyone can find out the name of that. However, on Lewa, the parts that we used were red, so that's perfect. So we can cannibalize Lewa's hand That's the bit. So, I think we have enough to make Turok. The head, as I say, the little brain worm thing inside of him is the wrong colour, but that's alright. These guys do look cool, I have to say. And they do look a little bit fiddly, but again, not too bad. So, let's get going. So we need... where are we? That's it. So this one, we need a number 3 piece that goes through... Which way up is it? That way. Goes through the bottom there. Cog goes... I'm going to use a black cog, actually. They're evil, so let's give them a black cog. Number 3 piece through there. 6538B, thank you. I'll have a look at those in a sec. We need a tan version of that, which we have. Now, as I say, this piece that we didn't have, but we've cannibalized from Lewa, actually probably looks better in red than it does in the grey. Now the shoulders, these have all been put, because I guess because these are a bit tricky to take apart, these have just survived the transition as they are. So which way up are these going? That goes on there, like that. Okay, so that sort of moves like that. Okay. Am I going to need... Oh, am I going to need an elastic band for this? Or maybe it's just the cogs. So we need another one on top. Oh, so, no, it's the wrong way. I see. That way round. I see. Okay, so we don't need an elastic band. The cogs on the back. And so then this bit goes that way onto that tan bit. Okay. And then we want, I'm going to use, rather than the black one, I'm going to use a red one for Turok. That goes through there. And then I wasn't going to use the grey one, was I? I've got a grey one, but I'm going to use red. I don't know what this is off. Maybe it was from a variation of Turok. Maybe it was just something completely different. But it's the same piece. So I think red's going to look better. So we'll put that on there. And then again, we're going to use the red 2-piece rather than the black, because why not? Okay, so now the shoulders now go like that, and then that lifts up like that. Okay, so now we're going to put his spiny back on. So that is going where? Is it across that hole? That middle? Is it across the middle? It must be the... Is it the middle hole? No, it can't be. It doesn't show... Ah, okay. It's better on the... It's clearer on the next image. I was going to say, that image doesn't show what hole it needs to go through. But I think it's the back bit, because that's the one with the cross bit. So if that goes across there, okay, so that's the spine on. And then so I don't have the correct colour worm thing. but I do have... Where's he gone? Where's the grey one gone? The worm head's gone missing. Oh no, there it is. So that clips into there. Not very well, I have to admit, but... And then clicks into there. You can't even see it anyway, so it doesn't really matter. So that's meant to be a brain, I guess. So because these are going to be his eyes. This fluorescent ball joint on there. Okay, now I don't have the grey versions, but we can use... I don't think black's going to work because everything else is grey, but we can use red. So let's use red for Rahkshi, for Turok. On you go. Okay. Okay, so then we put the head on. How do we put the head on? Is it just... I gotta say, they're getting a bit lazy with the instructions. You just click it on there, I suppose. Is his neck meant to be like that? It's meant to be, so it must be. And then his staff goes between... So we've got red ball joints on the end of his arms. They use the same colour variants as for the eyes. I mean, they do, but... I think I have some in different colours. Like, in the Rahkshi box, they're all orange, but... I think I have some fluorescent ones in different colours. I mean, even if they're not the fluorescent ones, I mean, I've got purple and yellow and silver and orange and blue. But I thought I had some, like, see-through ones. Which I probably do somewhere in my many boxes of tricks. Okay, so we're doing his staff. It's that way. So that goes from there to there. Okay, so put him aside for a sec. Now we're going to do the feet. They're all slightly different shades of red, which is... I don't think it shows on camera, but that's a little bit annoying. So they just go in like that. There's already a connector in there for them. That little connector there. So, no, that's maroon. This one. That goes in there. Because I think I have all different types of feet from loads of different Bionicle sets, and I didn't know if I had the right ones for these sets, but I at least have Turok. Okay, so this is where I had the maroon lower legs, but I don't think it would look right, so we're gonna carry on with the grey. And then another... going through loads of these red ball joints. Luckily, I've got plenty of spares. I suppose I could always use black or grey. Yeah, see, I don't know if you can tell on camera now. Look at the feet and look at the ball joints. They're very different shades of red. And completely different types of plastic as well. Okay, so that needs to go on there. And I have another one there. That's the thing, it's these little bits. You could have all the main bits that you need, but if you're missing any of the little connectors, it doesn't work. So that's a knee now. Ah, cool. The knee is, like, properly articulated. That's good. Because obviously the Toa legs look like they have knees in them. They look sort of pneumatic, but they're not. Whereas these are actually proper joints. More red ball joints. God, we used like... How many have we used? Like 8 or 10 so far? And again, rather than the black number 2 pieces, I'm going to use the red number 2 pieces. So that is to lock the knees in place, or lock the... I don't think that really required, because you've got the ball joint, but I guess belts and braces. By the way, can you do me a favour? Rather than, so I don't have to go through the chat again, can you just put the names of those Lego pieces as a comment on the video? Right, so now... that goes in there. Oh, guys! Oh, this guy's tall. Because you've got those articulated knees. His body's a bit too short for his legs. I guess he's a bit more. He needs to be a bit more squat. And then... there we go. Turok is complete. I'm going to have to, like, squat him down a bit so he can fits on camera 3. And then... these guys are cool. I like these guys. There's a bit more posability in them as well, because you've got those articulated knees. Oh yeah, Discord would be even better. If you could put it in the toys, either in the toys channel or the stream channel, that would be great. Oh, and because, oh, that's great. And look at the head, because it's on the ball joint. That moves around as well. So you can, like, head down. These guys are great. I like these. Why did I stop playing with Bionicles before these came out? That's great. Well, anyway, that's going to be pretty much it for the stream. We've gone through the original Toa, the Toa Nuva, obviously not all of them, but we went through all of them. We just didn't make them all. We played around a little bit with some variations. We did the Tahunga, the Taraga, we did the Bohroks, we did the Rahkshis. We did a lot. But I had fun. It's nice to be able to play with these things when I haven't played with these for probably 20 years. And as I say, I collected these things 2 years ago, pretty much. Well, not quite. Summer of 2021, a year and a half ago. And they've just been sat in... I can't even show you how many boxes there are, because literally, when I was walking, carrying them in, it's sort of the box... I'm holding the boxes down to my knees and it's covering my eyes. There's probably... You know, they're 9-litre really useful boxes. There's probably 6 of them full of parts. So I'm glad we've got enough, we had enough to actually make a full set. And in fact, actually, outside of the streams, I think I'm going to try and make some of the more of the Rahkshi, because they're really... I mean, I loved the Bohroks. I mean, I love them all, but these guys are... There's just so much more posability in them as well. I really like these guys. And as I say, I've got, like, parts that are probably not technically from this. I've got... I can't even remember where I put the box now. I've got a box full of, like, feet that are from... like later Bionicle sets, but the problem was later Bionicle sets, they just got bigger and bigger and bigger, and you know, the fact that you've got like these articulated knees and things, they started to use those, but then it all became articulated. And whilst that's probably good for playability in some sense because they're so much more posable, they became like 2 or 3 times the size, and it just becomes a bit too much. So there's a special place in my heart for the originals. But I got to say, the Bohroks are cool, and I love this guy. I'm gonna have to go back and read some of the comics. Like I say, when I did the video, I kind of mainly focused on the originals, just because the video itself could be hours long. I mean, we've been going 4 hours here just making these pieces, and we haven't even covered that much of the lore, really. We've covered a little bit, but it goes so much further. And yeah, I'd like to show more about the movies as well. So there may be a follow-up at some point for Bionicle. Bionicle, I guess what you'd call it, Gen 2. And then Gen 3, and then maybe we'd get onto Gen 4, but Gen 4 is probably beyond what I'd be interested in, really, and it's probably not retro enough, if we're honest, for the channel. Yeah, I've got all the comics. I've got a couple of them physically, but I've got them all digitally. I've also got the book, not all the books. I've got the book, what they called. Let me show the one I showed on the video. Bionicle. It's a junior novel. See, now that's the Toa Nuva, Tale of the Toa, but I think it is... No, 2003, that can't be right. It's the Bionicle Chronicles, that's the right one. Apparently there's Bionicle Adventures as well. But Bionicle Chronicles... That's the one. Oh, it is the Tale of the Toa, it's just that they replaced it with the... So this is the one I've got, Bionicle Chronicles. I know there are more, but I've also got a couple of the comics physically, but I've got them all digitally, and I've got all the books digitally as well. Because, like I say, when I was getting stuff getting stuff out of like online archives for the video, it had backups of the websites, the books, the comic books, the instructions, all sorts of things. So a lot of the assets that I used in that video were from that online archive. Yeah, oh yeah, no, there's multiple different versions of comics as well. There's the original comics, which I think were DC, so they're using good comic book artists, but then there are also Bionicle magazine also had like CGI created comics as well, but they were just comic strips, not comic books. So as I say, we've basically covered the lore of Gen 1 a little bit. We can maybe move into Gen 2, talking a little bit about the comic and how it moves into the Bohrok and the Toa Nuva and the movie and so on. That might come down the line at some point. It's a little bit easier now that all of the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, Gen 1, Gen 2, whichever way you want to call it. It's a little bit easier now. A lot of that groundwork is done. I think I could probably give you a link to the archive. If not, I could probably put a Dropbox of... Basically, there's it's called like the Bionicle Project or something. Stay on the stream and let me see if I can find it for you now. Because it has an archive of like the PC game that we were talking about earlier in the stream as well. It's not completely playable. It also has backups of like all the Flash stuff. Some of it is unusable now because, you know, Flash is dead, but you can... Some of it's been converted to like AVI files and things. I think this is the Biomedia Project. I think this... Yeah, this is it. Let me put a link in the chat. I should actually credit... I might go back to the video that I did and credit these guys, because a lot of the resources that I used for that video came from this website, so I'll probably go back and credit them. But there's stuff about the history on there, there's the music, there's the stories. You can download the comic books, you can download the books, they've got the backups of the promo CDs, it's got the backups of the original CGI origin stories, it's got backups of the website. I may have used other sources, but I think this was the main one. So worth having a look if anything that you found on this stream was interesting. And obviously, if you're just coming back, go back and watch the stream through, because we've had a pretty chill time just listening to some music and playing with Lego. But that will be the end of the stream. Thank you guys for joining us. Retro Wednesdays, as I say, is back now for the foreseeable future. We've got till the end of March until I leave this studio, and then we'll see what happens with streams. Hopefully it won't be affected too much by the fact that I'll be doing streams with Wi-Fi rather than wired. Flash may be dead, but there's a huge effort preserving. Yeah, so at the moment it does have those Flash things, but I haven't figured out a way of playing them, but you might be able to. So there's a few things still to come on Retro Wednesdays. Obviously, there's another CSI game that I want to do. There's the Pokemon Trading Card Game 2, which is technically a Pokemon Mondays, but we would probably do it on Retro Wednesdays. There's a few other video games that I wanted to do. Don't know the order yet, and as I say, in the next month or so, I'll be speaking with the guys in my Batcave to try and do a test stream just to see if things work, and if they do work, then there's no problem. Streams will carry on as they were, and obviously we also have our watch parties as well, which is at the end of every month, which is for our Patreon and YouTube member Batcave members. Pokemon Mondays at the moment is not coming back because some of the stuff that I was going to do on Pokemon Mondays will just be moved to Retro Wednesdays, basically. If there's enough to warrant both of them, then they'll both come back as they are, but at the moment it's just going to be Retro Wednesdays. So until next Wednesday, I will see you guys all later, and obviously, you know, for those Batcave members, I will also see you at the end of the month for what we now know is going to be Commando. So Schwarzenegger month, we're now going to be watching Commando, so I'm looking forward to that, because I can't remember the last time I watched Commando, and I don't even know if I've watched it all the way through. So as much as I like True Lies, I'm kind of happy that that Commando won. But anyway, have a good night, everybody, or obviously if you're not in the UK, have a good afternoon, good morning, wherever you are, and I'll probably see you guys on the Discord as well. Remember, the Discord is free to join, so if you're not already on there, I'll see you there. But until then, I'll see you later.